an Old Babylonian version of the Gilgamesh epic. On the basis of recently discovered texts. By Morris Jastrow and Albert T. Clay. Prefatory note. The introduction, the commentary to the two tablets, and the appendix are by Professor Jastrow, and for these he assumes the sole responsibility. The text of the Yale tablet is by Professor Clay. The transliteration and the translation of the two tablets represent the joint work of the two authors. In the transliteration of the two tablets, C. E. Kaiser's System of Accentuation for Sumero, Akkadian Signs, Yale Oriental Researches. Introduction. Introduction. Why are you political sets? The Gilgamesh epic is the most notable literary product of Babylonia as yet discovered in the mounds of Mesopotamia. It recounts the exploits and adventures of a favorite hero, and in its final form covers 12 tablets, each tablet consisting of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse of about 50 lines for each column, or a total of about 3,600 lines. Of this total, however, barely more than one-half has been found among the remains of the great collection of cuneiform tablets gathered by King Ashurbanipal 668-626 BC in his palace at Nineveh, and discovered by Layard in 1854-1 in the course of his excavations of the mound Koyunjik opposite Mosul. The fragments of the epic painfully gathered, chiefly by George Smith, from the circa 30,000 tablets and bits of tablets brought to the British Museum, were published in model form by Professor Paul Haupt, 2-end, and that edition still remains the primary source for our study of the epic. For the sake of convenience, we may call the form of the epic in the fragments from the library of Ashurbanipal the Assyrian version, though like most of the literary productions in the library, it not only reverts to a Babylonian original, but represents a late copy of a much older original. The absence of any reference to Assyria in the fragments recovered justifies us in assuming that the Assyrian version received its present form in Babylonia, perhaps in Arak, though it is of course possible that some of the late features, particularly the elaboration of the teachings of the theologians or schoolmen in the 11th and 12th tablets, may have been produced at least in part under Assyrian influence. A definite indication that the Gilgamesh epic reverts to a period earlier than Hammurabi or Hammurawi, c. 70-70 HEE, beyond 2000 BC, was furnished by the publication of a text clearly belonging to the first Babylonian dynasty, of which Hammurabi was the sixth member in CCC. Vi. 5, which text Zimmern 4 recognized as a part of the tale of Atrahasis, one of the names given to the survivor of the deluge, recounted on the 11th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic. On 5. This was confirmed by the discovery 6 of a fragment of the deluge story dated in the 11th year of Ammisaduqa, IEC, 1967 B. In this text, likewise, the name of the deluge hero appears as Atrahasis Kau, VI 4-7, but while these two tablets do not belong to the Gilgamesh epic and merely introduce an episode which has also been incorporated into the epic, Dr. 2. Bruno Meissner in 1902 published a tablet, dating, as the writing and the internal evidence showed, from the Hammurabi period, which undoubtedly is a portion of what by way of distinction we may call an Old Babylonian version. Or 1896 it was picked up by Dr. Groun Meissner at a dealer's shop in Baghdad and acquired for the Berlin Museum. The tablet consists of 4 columns, 2 on the obverse and 2 on the reverse, and deals with the hero's wanderings in search of a cure from disease with which he has been smitten after the death of his companion Enkidu. The hero fears that the disease will be fatal and longs to escape death. It corresponds to a portion of Tablet X of the Assyrian version. Unfortunately, only the lower portion of the obverse and the upper of the reverse have been preserved, 57 lines in all, and in default of a colophon, we do not know the numeration of the tablet in this Old Babylonian edition. Its chief value, apart from its furnishing a proof for the existence of the epic as early as 2000 B.C., lies A in the writing Gish instead of Gish, Gish-Gishkin, Mash in the Assyrian version, for the name of the hero, B in the writing Enki-Du, abbreviated from Dug, Enki is good for Enkidu in the Assyrian version, 9 and C, in the remarkable address of the maiden Sabatum, dwelling at the seaside, to whom Gilgamesh comes in the course of his wanderings. From the Assyrian version, we know that the hero tells the maiden of his grief for his lost companion and of his longing to escape the dire fate of Enkidu. In the Old Babylonian fragment, the answer of Sabitum is given in full, and the sad note that it strikes, showing how hopeless it is for man to try to escape death which is in store for all mankind, is as remarkable as is the philosophy of eat, drink, and be merry, which Sabitum imparts. The address indicates how early the tendency arose to attach to ancient tales the current religious teachings. Why, O Gish, dost thou run about? The life that thou seekest, thou wilt not find. When the gods created mankind, death they imposed on mankind, life they kept in their power. Thou, O Gish, fill thy belly, day and night do thou rejoice, daily make a rejoicing, day and night a renewal of jollification. Let thy clothes be clean, wash thy head and pour water over thee, care for the little one who takes hold of thy hand, let the wife rejoice in thy bosom. Such teachings, reminding us of the leading thought in the biblical book of Ecclesiastes, not noun, indicate the didactic character, objection indicate the didactic character given to ancient tales that were of popular origin, but which were modified and elaborated under the influence of the schools which arose in connection with the Babylonian temples. The story itself belongs, therefore, to a still earlier period than the form it received in this Old Babylonian version. The existence of this tendency at so early a date comes to us as a genuine surprise, and justifies the assumption that the attachment of a lesson to the deluge story in the Assyrian version, to wit, the limitation in attainment of immortality to those singled out by the gods as exceptions, dates likewise from the Old Babylonian period. The same would apply to the 12th tablet, which is almost entirely didactic, intended to illustrate the impossibility of learning anything of the fate of those who have passed out of this world. It also emphasizes the necessity of contenting oneself with the comfort that the care of the dead, by providing burial and food and drink offerings for them affords, as the only means of ensuring for them rest and freedom from the pangs of hunger and distress. However, it is of course possible that the 12th tablet, which impresses one as a supplement to the adventures of Gilgamesh, ending with his return to Uruk, i.e. Erech, at the close of the 11th tablet, may represent a later elaboration of the tendency to connect religious teachings with the exploits of a favorite hero. We now have further evidence both of the extreme antiquity of the literary form of the Gilgamesh epic, and also of the disposition to make the epic the medium of illustrating aspects of life and the destiny of mankind. The discovery by Dr. Teen Arno Pabel of a Sumerian form of the tale of the descent of Ishtar to the lower world, and her release 11, apparently a nature myth to illustrate the change of season from summer to winter and back again to spring, enables us to pass beyond the Akkadian or Semitic form of tales current in the Euphrates Valley, to the Sumerian form. Furthermore, we are indebted to Dr. Langdon for the identification of 2 Sumerian fragments in the Nippur collection which deal with the adventures of Gilgamesh, one in Constantinople, 12 the other in the collection of the University of Pennsylvania Museum. 113. The former, of which only 25 lines are preserved, 19 on the obverse and 6 on the reverse, appears to be a description of the weapons of Gilgamesh with which he arms himself for an encounter. Presumably the encounter with Humbaba or Huwawa, the ruler of the cedar forest in the mountain. 1 Fort, the latter deals with the building operations of Gilgamesh in the city of Erech. A text in Zimmern's Sumerisch-esque cult leader, Aus alt Babylonisch, Seit Elt Leipzig, 1913, number 96, appears likewise to be a fragment of the Sumerian version of the Gilgamesh epic, bearing on the episode of Gilgamesh's and Enkidu's relations to the goddess Ishtar, covered in the 6th and 7th tablets of the Assyrian version. Until, however, further fragments shall have turned up, it would be hazardous to institute a comparison between the Sumerian and the Akkadian versions. All that can be said for the present is that there is every reason to believe in the existence of a literary form of the epic in Sumerian which presumably antedated the Akkadian recension. just as we have a Sumerian form of Ishtar's descent into the netherworld and Sumerian versions of creation myths, as also of the Deluge Tale, 16, or PT. It does not follow, however, that the Akkadian versions of the Gilgamesh epic are translations of the Sumerian, any more than that the Akkadian creation myths are translations of a Sumerian original. Indeed, in the case of the creation myths, the striking difference between the Sumerian and Akkadian views of creation my 17, or 17 points to the independent production of creation stories on the part of the Semitic settlers of the Euphrates Valley, though no doubt these were worked out in part under Sumerian literary influences. The same is probably true of Deluge tales, which would be given a distinctly Akkadian coloring in being reproduced and steadily elaborated by the Babylonian literati attached to the temples. The presumption is, therefore, in favor of an independent literary origin for the Semitic versions of the Gilgamesh epic, though naturally with a duplication of the episodes, or at least of some of them, in the Sumerian narrative. Nor does the existence of a Sumerian form of the epic necessarily prove that it originated with the Sumerians in their earliest home before they came to the Euphrates Valley. They may have adopted it after their conquest of southern Babylonia from the Semites who, there are now substantial grounds for believing, were the earlier settlers in the Euphrates Valley. Mine 18. We must distinguish, therefore, between the earliest literary form, which was undoubtedly Sumerian, and the origin of the episodes embodied in the epic, including the chief actors, Gilgamesh and his companion, Enkidu. It will be shown that one of the chief episodes, the encounter of the two heroes with a powerful guardian or ruler of a cedar forest, points to a western region, more specifically to Amurru, as the scene. The names of the two chief actors, moreover, appear to have been Sumerianized by an artificial process, 119, and if this view turns out to be correct, we would have a further ground for assuming the tale to have originated among the Akkadian settlers and to have been taken over from them by the Sumerians. II. New light on the earliest Babylonian version of the epic, as well as on the Assyrian version, has been shed by the recovery of two substantial fragments of the form which the epic had assumed in Babylonia in the Hammurabi period. The study of this important new material also enables us to advance the interpretation of the epic and to perfect the analysis into its component parts. In the spring of 1914, the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania acquired by purchase a large tablet, the writing of which, as well as the style and the manner of spelling, verbal forms and substantives, pointed distinctly to the time of the first Babylonian dynasty. Ortacta designed connected the Bactors, are topted doctors of the expected, are no payable as part of the Gilgamesh epic, and, as the colophon showed, it formed the second tablet of the series. He copied it with a view to publication, but the outbreak of the war, which found him in Germany, his native country, prevented him from carrying out this intention. Ca2. He, however, utilized some of its contents in his discussion of the historical or semi-historical traditions about Gilgamesh, as revealed by the important list of partly mythical and partly historical dynasties found among the tablets of the Nippur collection, in which Gilgamesh occurs 21 as a king of an Aryak dynasty, whose father was 8, a priest of Kulab, or 22. The publication of the tablet was then undertaken by Dr. Stephen Langdon in monograph form under the title The Epic of Gilgamesh. 143, in a preliminary article on the tablet in the Museum Journal, Vol. VI, pages 29 and 38, Dr. Langdon took the tablet to be of the late Persian period, i.e., 1 sign, between the 6th and 3rd century BC, but his attention having been called to this error of some 1500 years, he corrected it in his introduction to his edition of the text, though he neglected to change some of his notes in which he still refers to the text as late. 24. In addition to a copy of the text accompanied by a good photograph, Dr. Langdon furnished a transliteration and translation with some notes and a brief introduction. The text is unfortunately badly copied, being full of errors, and the translation is likewise very defective. A careful collation with the original tablet was made with the assistance of Dr. Edward Chiera, and as a consequence we are in a position to offer to scholars a correct text. We beg to acknowledge our obligations to Dr. Tablet. Gordon, the director of the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania, for kindly placing the tablet at our disposal. Instead of republishing the text, I content myself with giving a full list of corrections in the appendix to this volume, which will enable scholars to control our readings, and which will, I believe, justify the translation in the numerous passages in which it deviates from Dr. Langdon's rendering. While credit should be given to Dr. Langdon for having made this important tablet accessible, the interests of science demand that attention be called to his failure to grasp the many important data furnished by the tablet, which escaped him because of his erroneous readings and faulty translations. The tablet, consisting of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse, comprised, according to the colophon, 240 lines, 205 times, and formed the second tablet of the series. Of the total, 204 lines are preserved in full or in part, and of the missing 36 quite a number can be restored, so that we have a fairly complete tablet. The most serious break occurs at the top of the reverse, where about 8 lines are missing. In consequence of this, the connection between the end of the obverse, where about 5 lines are missing, and the beginning of the reverse is obscured, though not to the extent of our entirely losing the thread of the narrative. About the same time that the University of Pennsylvania Museum purchased this second tablet of the Gilgamesh series, Yale University obtained a tablet from the same dealer, which turned out to be a continuation of the University of Pennsylvania tablet. That the two belong to the same edition of the epic is shown by their agreement in the dark brown color of the clay, in the writing as well as in the size of the tablet, though the characters on the Yale tablet are somewhat cramped and, in consequence, more difficult to read. Both tablets consist of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse. The measurements of both are about the same, the Pennsylvania tablet being estimated at about 7 inches high, as against 7 to 16 inches for the Yale tablet, while the width of both is 6 inches. The Yale tablet is, however, more closely written, and therefore has a larger number of lines than the Pennsylvania tablet. The colophon to the Yale tablet is unfortunately missing, but from internal evidence it is quite certain that the Yale tablet follows immediately upon the Pennsylvania tablet and, therefore, may be set down as the third of the series. The obverse is very badly preserved, so that only a general view of its contents can be secured. The reverse contains serious gaps in the first and second columns. The scribe evidently had a copy before him, which he tried to follow exactly, but finding that he could not get all of the copy before him in the 6 columns, he continued the last column on the edge. In this way, we obtain for the 6th column 64 lines as against 45 for column IV and 47 for column V, and a total of 292 lines for the 6 columns. Subtracting the 16 lines written on the edge leaves us 276 lines for our tablet as against 240 for its companion. The width of each column being the same on both tablets, the difference of 36 lines is made up by the closer writing. Both tablets have peculiar knobs at the sides, the purpose of which is evidently not to facilitate holding the tablet in one's hand while writing or reading it, as Langdon assumed, 26. It would be quite impracticable for this purpose, but simply to protect the tablet in its position on a shelf, where it would naturally be placed on the edge, just as we arrange books on a shelf. Finally, be it noted that these 2 tablets of the Old Babylonian version do not belong to the same edition as the Meissner tablet above described, for the latter consists of 2 columns each on obverse and reverse, as against 3 columns each in the case of our 2 tablets. We thus have the interesting proof that as early as 2000 BC, there were already several editions of the epic. As to the provenance of our 2 tablets, there are no definite data, but it is likely that they were found by natives in the mounds at Warka, from which about the year 1913 many tablets came into the hands of dealers. It is likely that where 2 tablets of a series were found, others of the series were also dug up, and we may expect to find some further portions of this Old Babylonian version turning up in the hands of other dealers or in museums. IGZ, IV. Coming to the contents of the 2 tablets, the Pennsylvania tablet deals with the meeting of the 2 heroes, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, their conflict, followed by their reconciliation, while the Yale tablet in continuation takes up the preparations for the encounter of the 2 heroes with the guardian of the cedar forest, Humbaba, but probably pronounced Hu-Baba 27, Eo, or, as the name appears in the Old Babylonian version, Hu-Wawa. The two tablets correspond, therefore, to portions of tablets I to V of the Assyrian version, 28, into 28, but, as will be shown in detail further on, the number of completely parallel passages is not large, and the Assyrian version shows an independence of the Old Babylonian version that is larger than we had reason to expect. In general, it may be said that the Assyrian version is more elaborate, which points to its having received its present form at a considerably later period than the Old Babylonian version. 29. On the other hand, we already find in the Babylonian version the tendency towards repetition, which is characteristic of Babylonian, Assyrian tales in general. Through the two Babylonian tablets, we are enabled to fill out certain details of the two episodes with which they deal. 1. The meeting of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and 2. The encounter with Huwawa, while their greatest value consists in the light that they throw on the gradual growth of the epic until it reached its definite form in the text represented by the fragments in Ashurbanipal's library. Let us now take up the detailed analysis, first of the Pennsylvania tablet, and then of the Yale tablet. The Pennsylvania tablet begins with two dreams recounted by Gilgamesh to his mother, which the latter interprets as presaging the coming of Enkidu to Erech. In the one, something like a heavy meteor falls from heaven upon Gilgamesh and almost crushes him. With the help of the heroes of Erech, Gilgamesh carries the heavy burden to his mother Ninsun. The burden, his mother explains, symbolizes someone who, like Gilgamesh, is born in the mountains, to whom all will pay homage, and of whom Gilgamesh will become enamored with a love as strong as that for a woman. In a second dream, Gilgamesh sees someone who is like him, who brandishes an axe, and with whom he falls in love. This personage, the mother explains, is again Enkidu. Langdon is of the opinion that these dreams are recounted to Enkidu by a woman with whom Enkidu cohabits for 6 days and 7 nights, and who weans Enkidu from association with animals. This, however, cannot be correct. The scene between Enkidu and the woman must have been recounted in detail in the first tablet, as in the Assyrian version, 30W, whereas, here in the second tablet, we have the continuation of the tale with Gilgamesh recounting his dreams directly to his mother. The story then continues with the description of the coming of Enkidu, conducted by the woman to the outskirts of Erech, where food is given him. The main feature of the incident is the conversion of Enkidu to civilized life. Enkidu, who hitherto had gone about naked, is clothed by the woman. Instead of sucking milk and drinking from a trough like an animal, food and strong drink are placed before him, and he is taught how to eat and drink in human fashion. In human fashion, he also becomes drunk, and his spree is naively described. His heart became glad, and his face shone. 31. Like an animal, Enkidu's body had hitherto been covered with hair, which is now shaved off. He is anointed with oil, and clothed like a man. Enkidu becomes a shepherd, protecting the fold against wild beasts, and his exploit in dispatching lions is briefly told. At this point, the end of column 3 on the verse, IEE. Line 117, and the beginning of column 4 on the reverse, IEE. Line 131, a gap of 13 lines. The tablet is obscure, but apparently the story of Enkidu's gradual transformation from savagery to civilized life is continued, with stress upon his introduction to domestic ways, with the wife chosen or decreed for him, and with work as part of his fate. All this has no connection with Gilgamesh, and it is evident that the tale of Enkidu was originally an independent tale to illustrate the evolution of man's career and destiny, how through intercourse with a woman he awakens to the sense of human dignity, how he becomes accustomed to the ways of civilization, how he passes through the pastoral stage to higher walks of life, how the family is instituted, and how men come to be engaged in the labors associated with human activities. In order to connect this tale with the Gilgamesh story, the two heroes are brought together, the woman taking on herself, in addition to the role of civilizer, that of the medium through which Enkidu is brought to Gilgamesh. The woman leads Enkidu from the outskirts of Erech into the city itself, where the people on seeing him remark upon his likeness to Gilgamesh. He is the very counterpart of the latter, though somewhat smaller in stature. There follows the encounter between the two heroes in the streets of Erech, where they engage in a fierce combat. Gilgamesh is overcome by Enkidu and is enraged at being thrown to the ground. The tablet closes with the endeavor of Enkidu to pacify Gilgamesh. Enkidu declares that the mother of Gilgamesh has exalted her son above the ordinary mortal, and that Enlil himself has singled him out for royal prerogatives. After this, we may assume, the two heroes become friends and together proceed to carry out certain exploits, the first of which is an attack upon the mighty guardian of the cedar forest. This is the main episode in the Yale tablet, which, therefore, forms the third tablet of the Old Babylonian version. In the first column of the verse of the Yale tablet, which is badly preserved, it would appear that the elders of Erech, or perhaps the people, are endeavoring to dissuade Gilgamesh from making the attempt to penetrate to the abode of Huwawa. If this is correct, then the close of the first column may represent a conversation between these elders and the woman who accompanies Enkidu. It would be the elders who are represented as reporting the speech to the woman, which is presumably the determination of Gilgamesh to fight Huwawa. The elders apparently desire Enkidu to accompany Gilgamesh in this perilous adventure, and with this in view appeal to the woman. In the second column, after an obscure reference to the mother of Gilgamesh, perhaps appealing to the sun god, we find Gilgamesh and Enkidu again face to face. From the reference to Enkidu's eyes filled with tears, we may conclude that he is moved to pity at the thought of what will happen to Gilgamesh if he insists upon carrying out his purpose. Enkidu, also, tries to dissuade Gilgamesh. This appears to be the main purport of the dialogue between the two, which begins about the middle of the second column and extends to the end of the third column. Enkidu pleads that even his strength is insufficient. My arms are lame, my strength has become weak. Lines 88-89. Gilgamesh apparently asks for a description of the terrible tyrant who thus arouses the fear of Enkidu, and in reply, Enkidu tells him how at one time, when he was roaming about with the cattle, he penetrated into the forest and heard the roar of Huwawa, which was like that of a deluge. The mouth of the tyrant emitted fire, and his breath was death. It is clear, as Professor Haupt has suggested, 32, Waltz of Wan Eni, Stabio. Waltz of Wan Eni Mindsabio, that Enkidu furnishes the description of a volcano in eruption, with its mighty roar, spitting forth fire and belching out a suffocating smoke. Gilgamesh is, however, undaunted, and urges Enkidu to accompany him in the adventure. I will go down to the forest, says Gilgamesh, if the conjectural restoration of the line in question L126 is correct. Enkidu replies by again drawing a lurid picture of what will happen when we go together to the forest. When 9099. This speech of Enkidu is continued on the reverse. In reply, Gilgamesh emphasizes his reliance upon the goodwill of Shamash, and reproaches Enkidu with cowardice. He declares himself superior to Enkidu's warning, and in bold terms, says that he prefers to perish in the attempt to overcome Huwawa rather than abandon it. Wherever terror is to be faced, thou, forsooth, art in fear of death. Thy prowess lacks strength. I will go before thee, though thy mouth shouts to me, thou art afraid to approach. If I fall, I will establish my name. There follows an interesting description of the forging of the weapons for the two heroes in preparation for the encounter. 33. The elders of Erech, when they see these preparations, are stricken with fear. They learn of Huwawa's threat to annihilate Gilgamesh if he dares to enter the cedar forest, and once more try to dissuade Gilgamesh from the undertaking. Thou art young, O Gish, and thy heart carries thee away, thou dost not know what thou proposest to do. Lines 190-91. They try to frighten Gilgamesh by repeating the description of the terrible Huwawa. Gilgamesh is still undaunted and prays to his patron deity Shamash, who apparently accords him a favorable oracle, and 25. The two heroes arm themselves for the fray, and the elders of Erech, now reconciled to the perilous undertaking, counsel Gilgamesh to take provision along for the undertaking. They urge Gilgamesh to allow Enkidu to take the lead, for he is acquainted with the way, he has trodden the road, to the entrance of the forest. Lines 252-25t3. The elders dismiss Gilgamesh with fervent wishes that Enkidu may track out the closed path for Gilgamesh, and commit him to the care of Lugalbanda, Iu Fi, her perhaps an epithet of Shamash. They advise Gilgamesh to perform certain rites, to wash his feet in the stream of Huwawa, and to pour out a libation of water to Shamash. Enkidu follows in a speech likewise intended to encourage the hero, and with the actual beginning of the expedition against Huwawa, the tablet ends. The encounter itself, with the triumph of the two heroes, must have been described in the fourth tablet. Now before taking up the significance of the additions to our knowledge of the epic gained through these two tablets, it will be well to discuss the forms in which the names of the two heroes and of the ruler of the cedar forest occur in our tablets. As in the Meissner fragment, the chief hero is invariably designated as D. Gish in both the Pennsylvania and Yale tablets, and we may therefore conclude that this was the common form in the Hammurabi period, as against the writing D. Gish Jiganin Mash 34 in the Assyrian version. Similarly, as in the Meissner fragment, the second hero's name is always written Enkidu 35, abbreviated from Doug, as against Enkidu in the Assyrian version. Finally, we encounter in the Yale tablet for the first time the writing Huwa as the name of the guardian of the cedar forest, as against Humbaba in the Assyrian version, though in the latter case, as we may now conclude from the Yale tablet, the name should rather be read Hubaba. 36. The variation in the writing of the latter name is interesting as pointing to the aspirate pronunciation of the labial in both instances. The name would thus present a complete parallel to the Hebrew name, Hawawa, or Hobab, who appears as the brother-in-law of Moses in the P document, Numbers 10:29. 37. Since the name also occurs, written precisely as in the Yale tablet, among the Amoritic names in the important lists published by Dr. Chiara, 38t, there can be no doubt that Huwawa, or Hubaba, is a West Semitic name. This important fact adds to the probability that the cedar forest in which Huwawa dwells is none other than the Lebanon district, famed since early antiquity for its cedars. We come to this explanation of the name Huwawa disposes of suppositions hitherto brought forward for an Elamitic origin. Gressman 39 still favors such an origin, though realizing that the description of the cedar forest points to the Amanus or Lebanon range. In further confirmation of the West Semitic origin of the name, we have in Lucian, Dede Assyria, 19, the name Kambabos 40 millage, which forms a perfect paralitis, which forms a perfect parallel to Ahambaba. Of the important bearings of this Western character of the name Huwawa on the interpretation and origin of the Gilgamesh epic, suggesting that the episode of the encounter between the tyrant and the two heroes rests upon a tradition of an expedition against the West or Amuru land, we shall have more to say further on. The variation in the writing of the name Enkidu is likewise interesting. It is evident that the form in the Old Babylonian version, with the sign du-e, y, or e, du, is the original, for it furnishes us with a suitable etymology, or Enki is good. The writing with Dug, pronounced duh, also shows that the sign duh, as the third element in the form which the name has in the Assyrian version, is to be read duh, and that former readings like abani must be definitely abandoned. 41. The form with du is clearly a phonetic writing of the Sumerian name, the sign du being chosen to indicate the pronunciation, not the ideograph, of the third element dug. One of the one Engi-du in the syllabary, CDGVD in the syllabary, CDVD, XVD or I, 4 Dux BGI, 30, 1-UF. The phonetic writing is, therefore, a warning against any endeavor to read the name by an Akkadian transliteration of the signs. This would not of itself prove that Enkidu is of Sumerian origin, for it might well be that the writing Enkidu is an endeavor to give a Sumerian aspect to a name that may have been foreign. The element Dug corresponds to the Semitic tabu, good, and Enki, being originally a designation of a deity as the lord of the land, which would be the Sumerian manner of indicating a Semitic Baal. It is not at all impossible that Enki Dug may be the Sumerianized form of a Semitic by El Zabu Baal is good. It will be recalled that in the third column of the Yale tablet, Enkidu speaks of himself in his earlier period while still living with cattle, as wandering into the cedar forest of Huwawa, while in another passage, or tax tashes, cl axt, or tax tashes, in stex or tashes as acquainted with the way. This would clearly point to the West as the original home of Enkidu. We are thus led once more to Amurru, taken as a general designation of the West, as playing an important role in the Gilgamesh epic. 42. If Gilgamesh's expedition against Huwawa of the Lebanon district recalls a Babylonian campaign against Amurru, Enkidu's coming from his home, where, as we read repeatedly in the Assyrian version, he ate herbs with the gazelles, drank out of a trough with cattle, 43. May rest on a tradition of an Amorite invasion of Babylonia. The fight between Gilgamesh and Enkidu would fit in with this tradition, while the subsequent reconciliation would be the form in which the tradition would represent the enforced union between the invaders and the older settlers. Leaving this aside for the present, let us proceed to a consideration of the relationship of the form Gish for the chief personage in the epic in the Old Babylonian version to Gish Gien Mash in the Assyrian version. Of the meaning of Gish there is fortunately no doubt. It is clearly the equivalent to the Akkadian Ezekadu, man, Brunau number 5707, or possibly Rab, great, Brunau number 5704. Among various equivalents, the preference is to be given to Itlu, hero. The determinative for deity stamps the person so designated as deified or as in part divine, and this is in accord with the express statement in the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh epic, which describes the hero as 2/3 god and 1/3 human, 44 ones. Gish is, therefore, the hero god par excellence, and this shows that we are not dealing with a genuine proper name, but rather with a descriptive attribute. Proper names are not formed in this way, either in Sumerian or Akkadian. Now, what relation does this form Gish bear to? Figure. As the name of the hero is invariably written in the Assyrian version, the form which was at first read dis2 or Digish-du by scholars until pinches found in a Neo-Babylonian syllabary 45 times, the equation of it with Gilgamesh. Pinches's discovery pointed conclusively to the popular pronunciation of the hero's name as Gilgamesh. And since Alien N de Natura and Amalium ICT, two mentions a Babylonian personage, Gilgamos, though what he tells us of Gilgamos does not appear in our epic, but seems to apply to Etana, another figure of Babylonian mythology, there seemed to be no further reason to question that the problem had been solved. Besides, in a later Syriac list of Babylonian kings found in the Scholia of Theodore Barconi, the name Glm with a variant GMM with a variant GMMs occurs, Order 46, and it is evident that we have here again the Gilgamesh discovered by Pinches. The existence of an old Babylonian hero Gilgamesh, who was likewise a king, is thus established, as well as his identification with figure. It is evident that we cannot read this name as Is-tu-bar or Gish-du-bar, but that we must read the first sign as Gish and the third as Mash, while for the second we must assume a reading Gin or Gi. This would give us Gish-Gien, Mash, which is clearly again, like Enkidu, not an etymological writing, but a aphonetic one, intended to convey an approachee to the popular pronunciation. Gilgayem, Mesh might well be merely a variant for Gishgaya, Mesh, or vice versa, and this would come close to Gishgaimash. Now, when we have a name the pronunciation of which is not definite but approximate, and which is written in various ways, the probabilities are that the name is foreign. A foreign name might naturally be spelled in various ways. The epic in the Assyrian version clearly depicts Gish Gn Mash as a conqueror of Erech, who forces the people into subjection and whose autocratic rule leads the people of Erech to implore the goddess Aruru to create a rival to him who may withstand him. In response to this appeal, Enkidu is formed out of dust by Aruru and eventually brought to Erech. All 47, Gish-Gin Mash or Gilgamesh is therefore in all probability a foreigner, and the simplest solution suggested by the existence of the two forms, 1 Gish in the Old Babylonian version and 2 Gish-Gin Mash in the Assyrian version, is to regard the former as an abbreviation, which seemed appropriate because the short name conveyed the idea of the hero, par excellence. If Gilgamesh is a foreign name, one would think in the first instance of Sumerian. But here we encounter a difficulty in the circumstance that outside of the epic, this conqueror and ruler of Erech appears in quite a different form, namely, as Digish-Bilgamesh, with Digish-Gibil or Gilgamesh and Digish-Bilgamesh as variants. 48. In the remarkable list of partly mythological and partly historical dynasties published by Peeble, 49, the fifth member of the first dynasty of Erech appears as Digish-Bilgamesh, and similarly in an inscription of the days of Singamil, Digish-Bilgamesh is mentioned as the builder of the wall of Erech. 50. Moreover, in the several fragments of the Sumerian version of the epic, we have invariably the form Digish-Bilgamesh. It is evident, therefore, that this is the genuine form of the name in Sumerian, and presumably, therefore, the oldest form. By way of further confirmation, we have in the syllabary above referred to, CT, XVI, 30, 6T8, three designations of our hero, viz. DG-ish, Gibilor, B.G., Mesh, Muk, Tablui, warrior, Alik, Pana, leader. All three designations are set down as the equivalent of the Sumerian Asiga Imin Ii, or E, the sevenfold hero. Of the same general character is the equation in another syllabary, 51. Asiga Tuk, and its equivalent, Gish Tuk, the one who is a hero. Furthermore, the name occurs frequently in temple documents of the dynasty in the form Digish-Bilga, Mesh 52, with Digish-Bilga and Mesh as a variant. In a 53, in a list of deities, CC Da, in a list of deities, CC Da, NXX Fidal XBEF 28, Gay C Dab Yish, Dog XBEF T9, UL, we likewise encounter Digish Gabia, or Bilgamesh, and lastly, in a syllabary, we have the equation 54. DG-ish Mas, CO, ID, DG-ish Biel, or DE, DG-ish Biel, Gamash. The variant Gish-Gibil for Gishbil may be disposed of readily, in view of the frequent confusion or interchange of the two signs Bil Brunnau, number 45666, and Gibil or Bil Brunnau, number 46421, which has also the value Gi Brunnau 46421, so that we might also read Gish Gilgamesh. Both signs convey the idea of fire, renew, etc. Both revert to the picture of flames of fire, in the one case with a bowl or some such object above it, in the other, the flames issuing apparently from a torch. 55. The meaning of the name is not affected whether we read Digish Bilga Mesh or Digish Jibal or Bilga Mesh, for the middle element in the latter case being identical with the fire god, written D-Bilgai, and to be pronounced in the inverted form as Jibal with Arga, Sibal with Argad, or Ga as the phonetic complement. It is equivalent, therefore, to the writing Bilga in the former case. Now, Gish-Gibil, or Gish-Bil, conveys the idea of Abu, father. Brunnau, number 5713, just as Bil, Brunnau number 45719 has this meaning, while Pa-Gibil, Ga, or Pa-Bil-Ga, is Abu Abich, grandfather. 56. This meaning may be derived from Gibel as also from Bil is Aso Iza-Tu, fire, then Esu, new, then Abu, father as the renewer or creator. Gish with Bil or Gibel would therefore be the father man or the father hero, i.e. Again the hero, si par excellence, the original hero, just as in Hebrew and Arabic, is used in this way. 57. The syllable, ga, being a phonetic complement, the element meshes is to be taken by itself and to be explained, as Peeble suggested, as hero, sheet, itlu. Zero, Jabani, CC7, Jabani, Rabani, zero sheets and creatus, or taken. We would thus obtain an entirely artificial combination, man, or hero, father hero, which would simply convey in an emphatic manner the idea of the held, the original hero, the father of heroes as it were. Practically the same idea, therefore, as the one conveyed by Gish alone, as the hero par excellence. Our investigation thus leads us to a substantial identity between Gish and the longer form, Gish-Bil or Bil-Ga-Mesh, and the former might, therefore, well be used as an abbreviation of the latter. Both the shorter and the longer forms are descriptive epithets, based on naive folk etymology, rather than personal names, just as in the designation of our hero as Muktablu, the fighter, or as A. Jelik Pana, the leader, or as Iziga Imin, the sevenfold hero, or A. Usiga Tuk, the one who is a hero, or Aziga Tuk, the one who is a hero, are descriptive epithets, and as Atrahasis, the very wise one, is such an epithet for the hero of the deluge story. The case is different with Gilgamesh, or Giish, Gi and Mash, which represent the popular and actual pronunciation of the name, or at least the approaches to such pronunciation. Such forms, stripped as they are of all artificiality, impress one as genuine names. The conclusion to which we are thus led is that Gishbil or Bil Aj Bil Igamesh is a play upon the genuine name, to convey to those to whom the real name, as that of a foreigner, would suggest no meaning and interpretation, cf. fitting in with his character. In other words, Gilgamesh is a Sumerianized form of the name, introduced into the Sumerian version of the tale, which became a folk possession in the Euphrates Valley. Such plays upon names to suggest the character of an individual, or some incident, are familiar to us from the narratives in Genesis. 58. They do not constitute genuine etymologies and are rarely of use in leading to a correct etymology. Reuben, e.g., certainly does not mean, Yahweh has seen my affliction, which the mother is supposed to have exclaimed at the birth, Genesis 29:32, with a play upon Ben and Beoni, any more than Judah means I praise Yahweh, B35, though it does contain the divine name, Yan, as an element. The play on the name may be close or remote, as long as it fulfills its function of suggesting an etymology that is complementary or appropriate. In this way, an artificial division and at the same time a distortion of a foreign name like Gilgamesh into several elements, Gish-Bil-Gamesh, is no more violent than, for example, the explanation of Issachar or rather Issachar as, God has given my hire, it Genesis 30:18, with a play upon the element Seastarbers. And as though the name were to be divided into Yaka, God, and Sishar, hire, or the popular name of Alexander among the Arabs as Zizul Karnaini, the possessor of the two horns, with a suggestion of his conquest of two hemispheres, or whatnot. 59. The element Gil in Gilgamesh would be regarded as a contraction of Gish, Bil, or Gibil, in order to furnish the meaning, father hero, or Gil might be looked upon as a variant for Gish, which would give us the phonetic form in the Assyrian version, D-Gish, Gimash, Makabes, Savankash, 60, as well as such a variant, writing D-Gish, Gi-Mas, say. Now, a name like Gilgamesh, upon which we may definitely settle as coming closest to the genuine form, certainly impresses one as foreign, i.e. It is neither Sumerian nor Akkadian, and we have already suggested that the circumstance that the hero of the epic is portrayed as a conqueror of Erech, and a rather ruthless one at that, points to a tradition of an invasion of the Euphrates Valley as the background for the episode in the first tablet of the series. Now it is significant that many of the names in the mythical dynasties, as they appear in Pobel's list, 61, are likewise foreign, such as Meski Inga-Seir, son of the god Shamash and the founder of the mythical dynasty of Erech, of which Gilgamesh is the fifth member, 62-2, and En-Meir Kar. Mesh, 62. File. In a still earlier mythical dynasty, we encounter names like Galu-U, Mu, Zuga, Gaji, Ib, Rp, Ita, Na, 63, which are distinctly foreign, while such names as Enmen, Nunna, and Barsal, Nunna, strike one again as Sumerianized names rather than as genuine Sumerian formations. 4. Some of these names, as Galamum, Rp, and Etana, are so Amoritic in appearance that one may hazard the conjecture of their Western origin. May Gilgamesh likewise belong to the Amaru 65 region, or does he represent a foreigner from the east in contrast to Enkidu, whose name, we have seen, may have been Baal-Tub in the west, with which region he is according to the epic so familiar? It must be confessed that the second element, Ekshes, would fit in well with the Semitic origin for the name, for the element impresses one as the participial form of a Semitic stem, GMS, just as in the second element of Meskin Gasser we have such a form. Gil might then be the name of a West Semitic deity. Such conjectures, however, can for the present not be substantiated, and we must content ourselves with the conclusion that Gilgamesh as the real name of the hero, or at least the form which comes closest to the real name, points to a foreign origin for the hero, and that such forms as Digish Bilgamesh and Digish Bilgamesh and other variants are Sumerianized forms, for which an artificial etymology was brought forward to convey the idea of the original hero, or the hero par excellence. By means of this play on the name, which reverts to the compilers of the Sumerian version of the epic, Gilgamesh was converted into a Sumerian figure, just as the name Enkidu may have been introduced as a Sumerian translation of his Amoritic name. Dichiish at all events is an abbreviated form of the Sumerianized name, introduced by the compilers of the earliest Akkadian version, which was produced naturally under the influence of the Sumerian version. Later, as the epic continued to grow, a phonetic writing was introduced, Dgish-Gimash, which is in a measure a compromise between the genuine name and the Sumerianized form, but at the same time an approach to the real pronunciation. B. Next to the new light thrown upon the names and original character of the two main figures of the epic, one of the chief points of interest in the Pennsylvania fragment is the proof that it furnishes for a striking resemblance of the two heroes, Gish and Enkidu, to one another. In interpreting the dream of Gish, his mother, Ninsun, lays stress upon the fact that the dream portends the coming of someone who is like Gish, born in the field and reared in the mountain. Lines 18-20 and -18. Both, therefore, are shown by this description to have come to Babylonia from a mountainous region, i.e., they are foreigners, and in the case of Enkidu, we have seen that the mountain in all probability refers to a region in the west, while the same may also be the case with Gish. The resemblance of the two heroes to one another extends to their personal appearance. When Enkidu appears on the streets of Erech, the people are struck by this resemblance. They remark that he is like Gish, though shorter in stature. Lines 179-18, Enkidu is described as a rival or counterpart in 66 in Faxed CDs. This relationship between the two is suggested also by the Assyrian version. In the creation of Enkidu by Aruru, the people urged the goddess to create the counterpart, Izikru, of Gilgamesh, Izikru, of Gilgamesh, someone who will be like him, make sky, CE, first, tablet, make sky. Enkidu not only comes from the mountain, 67, but the mountain is specifically designated as his birthplace, I-4-2, precisely as in the Pennsylvania tablet, while in another passage he is also described, as in our tablet, as born in the field. 68. Still more significant is the designation of Gilgamesh as the Telimoi, or younger brother, of Enkidu. 69. In accord with this, we find Gilgamesh in his lament over Enkidu, describing him as a younger brother, Harjing, Arkuta, Ankite, 70, and again in the last tablet of the epic, Arjankude or Jankude is referred to as the brother of Enkidu. 71. This close relationship reverts to the Sumerian version for the Constantinople fragment. Langdon, above, p. 113, begins with the designation of Gish-Bilgamesh as his brother. By his, no doubt Enkidu is meant. Likewise in the Sumerian text published by Zimmern above, p. 13, Gilgamesh appears as the brother of Enkidu, Revan. 1:17. Turning to the numerous representations of Gilgamesh and Enkidu on seal cylinders, 72, we find this resemblance of the two heroes to each other strikingly confirmed. Both are represented as bearded, with the strands arranged in the same fashion. The face in both cases is broad, with curls protruding at the side of the head, though at times these curls are lacking in the case of Enkidu. What is particularly striking is to find Gilgamesh generally a little taller than Enkidu, thus bearing out the statement in the Pennsylvania tablet that Enkidu is shorter in stature. There are, to be sure, also some distinguishing marks between the two. Thus, Enkidu is generally represented with animal hooves, but not always. 73's, Enkidu is commonly portrayed with the horns of a bison, but again, this sign is wanting in quite a number of instances. 74's. The hooves and the horns mark the period when Enkidu lived with animals and much like an animal. Most remarkable, however, of all are cylinders on which we find the two heroes almost exactly alike as, for example, ward number 299, where two figures, the one a duplicate of the other, except that one is just a shade taller, are in conflict with each other. Ward was puzzled by this representation and sets it down as a fantastic scene in which each Gilgamesh is stabbing the other. In the light of the Pennsylvania tablet, this scene is clearly the conflict between the two heroes described in column 6, preliminary to their forming a friendship. Even in the realm of myth, the human experience holds good that there is nothing like a good fight as a basis for a subsequent alliance. The fragment describes this conflict as a furious one in which Gilgamesh is worsted, and his wounded pride assuaged by the generous victor, who comforts his vanquished enemy by the assurance that he was destined for something higher than to be a mere Hercules. He was singled out for the exercise of royal authority. True to the description of the two heroes in the Pennsylvania tablet as alike, one the counterpart of the other, the seal cylinder portrays them almost exactly alike as two brothers could possibly be, with just enough distinction to make it clear on close inspection that two figures are intended, and not one repeated for the sake of symmetry. There are slight variations in the manner in which the hair is worn, and slightly varying expressions of the face, just enough to make it evident that the one is intended for Gilgamesh and the other for Enkidu, when, therefore, in another specimen, no mercy. 173. We find a Gilgamesh holding his counterpart by the legs. It is merely another aspect of the fight between the two heroes, one of whom is intended to represent Enkidu, and not, as Dr. Ward supposed, a grotesque repetition of Gilgamesh. The description of Enkidu in the Pennsylvania tablet as a parallel figure to Gilgamesh leads us to a consideration of the relationship of the two figures to one another. Many years ago, it was pointed out that the Gilgamesh epic was a composite tale in which various stories of an independent origin had been combined and brought into more or less artificial connection with the heroes eponymos of southern Babylonia. 76. We may now go a step further and point out that not only is Enkidu originally an entirely independent figure, having no connection with Gish or Gilgamesh, but that the latter is really depicted in the epic as the counterpart of Enkidu, a reflection who has been given the traits of extraordinary physical power that belong to Enkidu. This is shown in the first place by the fact that in the encounter it is Enkidu who triumphs over Gilgamesh. The entire analysis of the episode of the meeting between the two heroes, as given by Gressman 77-877, must be revised. It is not Enkidu who is terrified and who is warned against the encounter. It is Gilgamesh who, during the night on his way from the house in which the goddess Ishara lies, encounters Enkidu on the highway. Enkidu blocks the path, 78 of Gilgamesh. He prevents Gilgamesh from re-entering the house, 79, and the two attack each other like oxen. 80. They grapple with each other, and Enkidu forces Gilgamesh to the ground. Similarly, in the next episode, the struggle against Huwawa, the Yale tablet makes it clear that in the original form of the tale, Enkidu is the real hero. All warn Gish against the undertaking, the elders of Erech, Enkidu, and also the workmen. Why dost thou desire to do this? 81, they say to him. Thou art young, and thy heart carries thee away. Thou knowest not what thou proposest to do. 82. This part of the incident is now better known to us through the latest fragment of the Assyrian version discovered and published by King. 83. The elders say to Gilgamesh, Do not trust, O Gilgamesh, in thy strength. Be warned against trusting to thy attack. The one who goes before will save his companion. 84. He who has foresight will save his friend. 85. Let Enkidu go before thee. He knows the roads to the cedar forest, he is skilled in battle and has seen fight. Gilgamesh is sufficiently impressed by this warning to invite Enkidu to accompany him on a visit to his mother, Ninsun, for the purpose of receiving her counsel. 86. It is only after Enkidu, who himself hesitates and tries to dissuade Gish, decides to accompany the latter, that the elders of Erech are reconciled and encourage Gish for the fray. Phi, O Casurter, The two in concert proceed against Huwawa. Gilgamesh alone cannot carry out the plan. Now when a tale thus associates two figures in one deed, one of the two has been added to the original tale. In the present case there can be little doubt that Enkidu, without whom Gish cannot proceed, who is specifically described as acquainted with the way C.Cs and Dops, to the entrance of the forest, 87, which Huwawa dwells, is the original vanquisher. Naturally, the epic aims to conceal this fact as much as possible, ad majorem gloriam of Gilgamesh. It tries to put the one who became the favorite hero into the foreground. Therefore, in both the Babylonian and the Assyrian version, Enkidu is represented as hesitating, and Gilgamesh as determined to go ahead. Gilgamesh in fact accuses Enkidu of cowardice and boldly declares that he will proceed even though failure stare him in the face. 88. Traces of the older view, however, in which Gilgamesh is the one for whom one fears the outcome, crop out, as, for example, in the complaint of Gilgamesh's mother to Shamash, that the latter has stirred the heart of her son to take the distant way to Haim Baba. To a fight unknown to him, he advances, an expedition unknown to him, he undertakes. 89. Ninsun evidently fears the consequences when her son informs her of his intention and asks her counsel. The answer of Shamash is not preserved, but no doubt it was of a reassuring character, as was the answer of the sun god to Gish's appeal and prayer as set forth in the Yale tablet. Again, as a further indication that Enkidu is the real conqueror of Huwawa, we find the coming contest revealed to Enkidu no less than 3 times in dreams, which Gilgamesh interprets. 91. Since the person who dreams is always the one to whom the dream applies, we may see in these dreams a further trace of the primary role originally assigned to Enkidu. Another exploit which, according to the Assyrian version, the two heroes perform in concert, is the killing of a bull, sent by Anu at the instance of Ishtar to avenge an insult offered to the goddess by Gilgamesh, who rejects her offer of marriage. In the fragmentary description of the contest with the bull, we find Enkidu seizing the monster by its tail. 92. That Enkidu originally played the part of the slayer is also shown by the statement that it is he who insults Ishtar by throwing a piece of the carcass into the goddess's face. 93. Adding also an insulting speech, and this despite the fact that Ishtar in her rage accuses Gilgamesh of killing the bull. 94. It is thus evident that the epic alters the original character of the episodes in order to find a place for Gilgamesh, with the further desire to assign to the latter, the chief, a role. Be it noted also that Enkidu, not Gilgamesh, is punished for the insult to Ishtar. Enkidu must therefore, in the original form of the episode, have been the guilty party, who is stricken with mortal disease as a punishment to which after 12 days he succumbs. 95. In view of this, we may supply the name of Enkidu in the little song introduced at the close of the encounter with the bull, and not Gilgamesh, as has hitherto been done. Who is distinguished among the heroes? Who is glorious among men? Enkidu is distinguished among heroes. Enkidu is glorious among men. Finally, the killing of lions is directly ascribed to Enkidu in the Pennsylvania tablet. Lions he attacked. Lions he overcame. 97. 97. Whereas Gilgamesh appears to be afraid of lions. On his long search for Utnapishtim, he says, "On reaching the entrance of the mountain at night, I saw lions and was afraid." 98. He prays to Sin and Ishtar to protect and save him. When, therefore, in another passage, someone celebrates Gilgamesh as the one who overcame the guardian, who dispatched Humbaba in the cedar forest, who killed lions and overthrew the bull, 99, we have the completion of the process which transferred to Gilgamesh exploits and powers which originally belonged to Enkidu. Though ordinarily the process stops short at making Gilgamesh a sharer in the exploits, with a natural tendency to be sure to enlarge the share of the favorite. We can now understand why the two heroes are described in the Pennsylvania tablet as alike, as born in the same place, as brothers, Gilgamesh in the epic is merely a reflex of Enkidu. The latter is the real hero, and presumably therefore, the older figure. 100. Gilgamesh resembles Enkidu, because he is originally Enkidu. The resemblance and motif is merely the manner in which, in the course of the partly popular, partly literary transfer, the recollection is preserved that Enkidu is the original and Gilgamesh the copy. The artificiality of the process, which brings the two heroes together, is apparent in the dreams of Gilgamesh, which are interpreted by his mother as portending the coming of Enkidu. Not the conflict is foreseen, but the subsequent close association, naively described as due to the personal charm which Enkidu exercises, which will lead Gilgamesh to fall in love with the one whom he is to meet. The two will become one, like man and wife. On the basis of our investigations, we are now in a position to reconstruct in part the cycle of episodes that once formed part of an Enkidu epic. The fight between Enkidu and Gilgamesh, in which the former is the victor, is typical of the kind of tales told of Enkidu. He is the real prototype of the Greek Hercules. He slays lions, he overcomes a powerful opponent dwelling in the forests of Lebanon, he kills the bull, and he finally succumbs to disease sent as a punishment by an angry goddess. The death of Enkidu naturally formed the close of the Enkidu epic, which in its original form may, of course, have included other exploits besides those taken over into the Gilgamesh epic. VI. There is another aspect of the figure of Enkidu which is brought forward in the Pennsylvania tablet more clearly than had hitherto been the case. Many years ago, attention was called to certain striking resemblances between Enkidu and the figure of the first man as described in the early chapters of Genesis. 111. At that time we had merely the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh epic at our disposal, and the main point of contact was the description of Enkidu living with the animals, drinking and feeding like an animal, until a woman is brought to him with whom he engages in sexual intercourse. This suggested that Enkidu was a picture of primeval man, while the woman reminded one of Eve, who when she is brought to Adam becomes his helpmate and inseparable companion. The biblical tale stands, of course, on a much higher level, and is introduced, as are other traditions and tales of primitive times, in the style of a parable to convey certain religious teachings. For all that, suggestions of earlier conceptions crop out in the picture of Adam surrounded by animals to which he assigns names. Such a phrase as, "there was no helpmate corresponding to him," becomes intelligible on the supposition of an existing tradition or belief, that man once lived and, indeed, cohabited with animals. The tales in the early chapters of Genesis must rest on very early popular traditions, which have been cleared of mythological and other objectionable features in order to adapt them to the purpose of the Hebrew compilers, to serve as a medium for illustrating certain religious teachings regarding man's place in nature and his higher destiny. From the resemblance between Enkidu and Adam, it does not, of course, follow that the latter is modeled upon the former, but only that both rest on similar traditions of the condition under which men lived in primeval days prior to the beginnings of human culture. We may now pass beyond these general indications and recognize in the story of Enkidu, as revealed by the Pennsylvania tablet, an attempt to trace the evolution of primitive man from low beginnings to the regular and orderly family life associated with advanced culture. The new tablet furnishes a further illustration for the surprisingly early tendency among the Babylonian literates to connect with popular tales, teachings of a religious or ethical character. Just as the episode between Gilgamesh and the maiden Sabatum is made the occasion for introducing reflections on the inevitable fate of man to encounter death, so the meeting of Enkidu with the woman becomes the medium of impressing the lesson of human progress through the substitution of bread and wine for milk and water, through the institution of the family, and through work and the laying up of resources. This is the significance of the address to Enkidu in column 4 of the Pennsylvania tablet, even though certain expressions in it are somewhat obscure. The connection of the entire episode of Enkidu and the woman with Gilgamesh is very artificial, and it becomes much more intelligible if we disassociate it from its present entanglement in the epic. In Gilgamesh's dream, foretending the meeting with Enkidu, nothing is said of the woman who is the companion of the latter. The passage in which Enkidu is created by Aruru to oppose Gilgamesh, 402, betrays evidence of having been worked over in order to bring Enkidu into association with the longing of the people of Erech to get rid of a tyrannical character. The people in their distress appeal to Aruru to create a rival to Gilgamesh. In response, Aruru, upon hearing this, created a man of Anu in her heart. Now this man of Anu cannot possibly be Enkidu, for the sufficient reason that a few lines further on Enkidu is described as an offspring of Ninib. Moreover, the being created is not a counterpart of Gilgamesh, but an animal man, as the description that follows shows. We must separate lines 30-33, in which the creation of the Anu man is described, from lines 34-41, in which the creation of Enkidu is narrated. Indeed, these lines strike one as the proper beginning of the original Enkidu story, which would naturally start out with his birth and end with his death. The description is clearly an account of the creation of the first man, in which capacity Enkidu is brought forward. Aruru washed her hands, broke off clay, threw it on the field 73, Topple and Freeze that Abelu 18, Topple Zaur, Wariam Pita, 70 Fet, the hero, a lofty offspring of the host of Ninib. The description of Enkidu follows, with his body covered with hair like an animal, and eating and drinking with the animals. There follows an episode 205, which has no connection whatsoever with the Gilgamesh epic, but which is clearly intended to illustrate how Enkidu came to abandon the life with the animals. A hunter sees Enkidu, and is amazed at the strange sight, an animal and yet a man. Enkidu, as though resenting his condition, becomes enraged at the sight of the hunter, and the latter goes to his father and tells him of the strange creature whom he is unable to catch. In reply, the father advises his son to take a woman with him when next he goes out on his pursuit, and to have the woman remove her dress in the presence of Enkidu, who will then approach her, and after intercourse with her will abandon the animals among whom he lives. Lines 14-18 of column 3 in the first tablet, in which the father of the hunter refers to Gilgamesh, must be regarded as a later insertion, a part of the reconstruction of the tale to connect the episode with Gilgamesh. The advice of the father to his son, the hunter, begins, line 19. Go, my hunter, take with thee a woman. In the reconstructed tale, the father tells his son to go to Gilgamesh to relate to him the strange appearance of the animal man. But there is clearly no purpose in this, as is shown by the fact that when the hunter does so, Gilgamesh makes precisely the same speechy as does the father of the hunter. Lines 40-44 of column 3, in which Gilgamesh is represented as speaking to the hunter form, a complete doublet to lines 19-24, beginning. Go, my hunter, take with thee a woman, etc. And similarly, the description of Enkidu appears twice, lines 2-12 in an address of the hunter to his father, and lines 29-39 in the address of the hunter to Gilgamesh. The artificiality of the process of introducing Gilgamesh into the episode is revealed by this awkward and entirely meaningless repetition. We may therefore reconstruct the first two scenes in the Enkidu epic as follows, 106 lest. Tablet 1, Col. C. 34-35, Creation of Enkidu by Aruru. 36,041, Description of Enkidu's hairy body and of his life with the animals. 40-50, the hunter sees Enkidu, who shows his anger as also his woe at his condition. 1-12, the hunter tells his father of the strange being who pulls up the traps which the hunter digs, and who tears the nets so that the hunter is unable to catch him or the animals. 1:19-24, the father of the hunter advises his son on his next expedition to take a woman with him in order to lure the strange being from his life with the animals. Line 25, beginning, on the advice of his father, must have set forth, in the original form of the episode, how the hunter procured the woman and took her with him to meet Enkidu. Column 4 gives in detail the meeting between the two, and naively describes how the woman exposes her charms to Enkidu, who is captivated by her and stays with her 6 days and 7 nights. The animals see the change in Enkidu and run away from him. he has been transformed through the woman. In the Assyrian version there follows an address of the woman to Enkidu, beginning, Kol, 4:34. Beautiful art thou, Enkidu, like a god art thou. We find her urging him to go with her to Erech, there to meet Gilgamesh and to enjoy the pleasures of city life with plenty of beautiful maidens. Gilgamesh, she adds, will expect Enkidu, for the coming of the latter to Erech has been foretold in a dream. It is evident that here we have again the later transformation of the Enkidu epic in order to bring the two heroes together. Will it be considered too bold if we assume that in the original form, the address of the woman and the construction of the episode were such as we find preserved in part in columns 2 to 4 of the Pennsylvania tablet, which forms part of the new material that can now be added to the epic? The address of the woman begins in line 51 of the Pennsylvania tablet. I gaze upon thee, Enkidu, like a god art thou. This corresponds to the line in the Assyrian version, I, 4:34, as given above, just as lines 52-53. Why with the cattle dost thou roam across the field? Correspond to I, 4:35 of the Assyrian version. There follows in both the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version the appeal of the woman to Enkidu, to allow her to lead him to Erech, where Gilgamesh dwells, Pennsylvania tablet lines 54-61, Assyrian version now, 4:36 and 39. But in the Pennsylvania tablet we now have a second speech, lines 62-63, beginning like the first one with Alake, come, Hristring, Kurds, all screen hours in the middle. Come, arise from the accursed ground. Enkidu consents, and now the woman takes off her garments and clothes the naked Enkidu, while putting another garment on herself. She takes hold of his hand and leads him to the sheepfolds, not to Erech, where bread and wine are placed before him. Accustomed hitherto to sucking milk with cattle, Enkidu does not know what to do with the strange food until encouraged and instructed by the woman. Now all this has nothing to do with Gilgamesh, and clearly sets forth an entirely different idea from the one embodied in the meeting of the two heroes. In the original Enkidu tale, the animal man is looked upon as the type of a primitive savage, and the point of the tale is to illustrate in the naive manner characteristic of folklore the evolution to the higher form of pastoral life. This aspect of the incident is, therefore, to be separated from the other phase which has as its chief motif the bringing of the two heroes together. We now obtain, thanks to the new section revealed by the Pennsylvania tablet, a further analogy, 7 Menace, with the story of Adam and Eve, but with this striking difference that whereas in the Babylonian tale, the woman is the medium leading man to the higher life, in the biblical story the woman is the tempter who brings misfortune to man. This contrast is, however, not inherent in the biblical story, but due to the point of view of the biblical writer, who is somewhat pessimistically inclined and looks upon primitive life, when man went naked and lived in a garden, eating of fruits that grew of themselves, as the blessed life in contrast to advanced culture, which leads to agriculture and necessitates hard work as the means of securing one's substance. Hence the woman through whom Adam eats of the tree of knowledge and becomes conscious of being naked is looked upon as an evil tempter, entailing the loss of the primeval life of bliss in a gorgeous paradise. The Babylonian point of view is optimistic. The change to civilized life, involving the wearing of clothes and the eating of food that is cultivated, bread and wine, is looked upon as an advance. Hence the woman is viewed as the medium of raising man to a higher level. The feature common to the biblical and Babylonian tales is the attachment of a lesson to early folk tales. The story of Adam and Eve, 2018, as the story of Enkidu and the woman, is told with a purpose. Starting with early traditions of men's primitive life on earth that may have arisen independently, Hebrew and Babylonian writers diverged, each group going its own way, each reflecting the particular point of view from which the evolution of human society was viewed. Leaving the analogy between the biblical and Babylonian tales aside, the main point of value for us in the Babylonian story of Enkidu and the woman is the proof furnished by the analysis, made possible through the Pennsylvania tablet, that the tale can be separated from its subsequent connection with Gilgamesh. We can continue this process of separation in the fourth column, where the woman instructs Enkidu in the further duty of living his life with the woman decreed for him, to raise a family, to engage in work, to build cities, and to gather resources. All this is looked upon in the same optimistic spirit as marking progress, whereas the biblical writer, consistent with his point of view, looks upon work as a curse and makes Cain, the murderer, also the founder of cities. The step to the higher forms of life is not an advance according to the J document. It is interesting to note that even the phrase, the cursed ground, occurs in both the Babylonian and biblical tales, but whereas in the latter, Gen. 3:17, it is because of the hard work entailed in raising the products of the earth that the ground is cursed, in the former, lines 62-63, it is the place in which Enkidu lives before he advances to the dignity of human life that is cursed, and which he is asked to leave. Adam is expelled from paradise as a punishment, whereas Enkidu is implored to leave it as a necessary step towards progress to a higher form of existence. The contrast between the Babylonian and the biblical writer extends to the view taken of viniculture. The biblical writer, again the J document, looks upon Noah's drunkenness as a disgrace. Noah loses his sense of shame and uncovers himself, Genesis 9:21, whereas in the Babylonian description, Enkidu's jolly spirit after he has drunk 7 jars of wine meets with approval. The biblical point of view is that he who drinks wine becomes drunk. 109, the Babylonian says, if you drink wine, you become happy. 110. 100. If the thesis here set forth of the original character and import of the episode of Enkidu with the woman is correct, we may again regard lines 149-153 of the Pennsylvania tablet, in which Gilgamesh is introduced, as a later addition to bring the two heroes into association. The episode in its original form ended with the introduction of Enkidu, first to pastoral life, and then to the still higher city life, with regulated forms of social existence. Now, to be sure, this Enkidu has little in common with the Enkidu who is described as a powerful warrior, a Hercules who kills lions, overcomes the giant Huwawa, and dispatches a great bull. But it is the nature of folklore everywhere to attach to traditions about a favorite hero all kinds of tales with which originally he had nothing to do. Enkidu, as such a favorite, is viewed also as the type of primitive man, 111, and so there arose gradually an epic, which began with his birth, pictured him as half animal, half man, told how he emerged from this state, how he became civilized, was clothed, learned to eat food and drink wine, how he shaved off the hair with which his body was covered, 1712 anointed himself. In short, our topist. He became manlike, 1113. Thereupon he is taught his duties as a husband, is introduced to the work of building, and to laying aside supplies and the like. The fully developed and full-fledged hero then engages in various exploits, of which some are now embodied in the Gilgamesh epic. Who this Enkidu was, we are not in a position to determine, but the suggestion has been thrown out above, that he is a personage foreign to Babylonia, that his home appears to be in the undefined Amaru district, and that he conquers that district. The original tale of Enkidu, if this view be correct, must therefore have been carried to the Euphrates Valley, at a very remote period, with one of the migratory waves that brought a Western people as invaders into Babylonia. Here the tale was combined with stories current of another hero, Gilgamesh, perhaps also of Western origin, whose conquest of Erech likewise represents an invasion of Babylonia. The center of the Gilgamesh tale was Erech, and in the process of combining the stories of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, Enkidu is brought to Erech, and the two perform exploits in common. In such a combination, the aim would be to utilize all the incidents of IBB tales. Offer of BB tales. The woman who accompanies Enkidu, therefore, becomes the medium of bringing the two heroes together. The story of the evolution of primitive man to civilized life is transformed into the tale of Enkidu's removal to Erech, and elaborated with all kinds of details, among which we have, as perhaps embodying a genuine historical tradition, the encounter of the two heroes. Before passing on, we have merely to note the very large part taken in both the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version by the struggle against Huwawa. The entire Yale tablet forming, as we have seen, the third of the series, is taken up with the preparation for the struggle, and with the repeated warnings given to Gilgamesh against the dangerous undertaking. The fourth tablet must have recounted the struggle itself, and it is not improbable that this episode extended into the fifth tablet, since in the Assyrian version, this is the case. The elaboration of the story is in itself an argument in favor of assuming some historical background for it. the recollection of the conquest of Amaru by some powerful warrior, and we have seen that this conquest must be ascribed to Enkidu and not to Gilgamesh. Vi. If, now, Enkidu is not only the older figure but the one who is the real hero of the most notable episode in the Gilgamesh epic, if, furthermore, Enkidu is the Hercules who kills lions and dispatches the bull sent by an enraged goddess, what becomes of Gilgamesh? What is left for him? In the first place, he is definitely the conqueror of Erech. He builds the Wall of Erech, 114, all 114, and we may assume that the designation of the city as Uruk Supori, the walled Erech, 115, rests upon this tradition. To Gilgamesh belongs also the unenviable tradition of having exercised his rule in Erech so harshly that the people are impelled to implore Aruru to create a rival who may rid the district of the cruel tyrant, who is described as snatching sons and daughters from their families, and in other ways terrifying the population, an early example of Schrecklichkeit. Tablets I-V, inclusive of the Assyrian version, being taken up with the Huwawa episode, modified with a view of bringing the two heroes together, we come at once to the sixth tablet, which tells the story of how the goddess Ishtar wooed Gilgamesh, and of the latter's rejection of her advances. This tale is distinctly a nature myth. The attempt of Gressman Allen 16 to find some historical background to the episode is a failure. The goddess Ishtar symbolizes the earth which woos the sun in the spring, but whose love is fatal, for after a few months, the sun's power begins to wane. Gilgamesh, who in incantation hymns is invoked in terms which show that he was conceived as a sun god, 1:17, recalls to the goddess how she changed her lovers into animals, like Circe of Greek mythology, and brought them to grief. Enraged at Gilgamesh's insult to her vanity, she flies to her father Anu and cries for revenge. At this point, the episode of the creation of the bull is introduced, but if the analysis above given is correct, it is Enkidu who is the hero in dispatching the bull, and we must assume that the sickness with which Gilgamesh is smitten is the punishment sent by Anu to avenge the insult to his daughter. This sickness symbolizes the waning strength of the sun after midsummer is past. The sun recedes from the earth, and this was pictured in the myth as the sun god's rejection of Ishtar. Gilgamesh's fear of death marks the approach of the winter season, when the sun appears to have lost its vigor completely and is near to death. The entire episode is, therefore, a nature myth, symbolical of the passing of spring to midsummer and then to the bare season. The myth has been attached to Gilgamesh as a favorite figure and then woven into a pattern with the episode of Enkidu and the bull. The bull episode can be detached from the nature myth without any loss to the symbolism of the tale of Ishtar and Gilgamesh. As already suggested, with Enkidu's death after this conquest of the bull, the original Enkidu epic came to an end. In order to connect Gilgamesh with Enkidu, the former is represented as sharing in the struggle against the bull. Enkidu is punished with death, while Gilgamesh is smitten with disease. Since both shared equally in the guilt, the punishment should have been the same for both. The differentiation may be taken as an indication that Gilgamesh's disease has nothing to do with the bull episode, but is merely part of the nature myth. Gilgamesh now begins a series of wanderings in search of the restoration of his vigor, and this motif is evidently a continuation of the nature myth to symbolize the sun's wanderings during the dark winter, in the hope of renewed vigor with the coming of the spring. Professor Haupt's view is that the disease from which Gilgamesh is supposed to be suffering is of a venereal character, affecting the organs of reproduction. This would confirm the position here taken that the myth symbolizes the loss of the sun's vigor. The sun's rays are no longer strong enough to fertilize the earth. In accord with this, Gilgamesh's search for healing leads him to the dark regions and 11:18, in which the scorpion men dwell. The terrors of the region symbolize the gloom of the winter season. At last, Gilgamesh reaches a region of light again, described as a landscape situated at the sea. The maiden in control of this region bolts the gate against Gilgamesh's approach, but the latter forces his entrance. It is the picture of the sun god bursting through the darkness to emerge as the youthful, reinvigorated sun god of the spring. Now, with the tendency to attach to popular tales and nature myths lessons illustrative of current beliefs and aspirations, Gilgamesh's search for renewal of life is viewed as man's longing for eternal life. The sun god's waning power after midsummer is past suggests man's growing weakness after the meridian of life has been left behind. Winter is death, and man longs to escape it. Gilgamesh's wanderings are used as illustration of this longing, and accordingly, the search for life becomes also the quest for immortality. Can the precious boon of eternal life be achieved? Popular fancy created the figure of a favorite of the gods who had escaped a destructive deluge in which all mankind had perished. 11.9. Ford's Antinextine. Gilgamesh hears of this favorite and determines to seek him out and learn from him the secret of eternal life. The deluge story, again a pure nature myth, symbolical of the rainy season which destroys all life in nature, is thus attached to the epic. Gilgamesh, after many adventures, finds himself in the presence of the survivor of the deluge who, although human, enjoys immortal life among the gods. He asks the survivor how he came to escape the common fate of mankind, and in reply, Utnapishtim tells the story of the catastrophe that brought about universal destruction. The moral of the tale is obvious. Only those singled out by the special favor of the gods can hope to be removed to the distant source of the streams and live forever. The rest of mankind must face death as the end of life. That the story of the deluge is told in the 11th tablet of the series, corresponding to the 11th month, known as the month of rain curse and 120, and marking the height of the rainy season, may be intentional, just as it may not be accidental that Gilgamesh's rejection of Ishtar is recounted in the 6th tablet. Corresponding to the 6th month, 121, which marks the end of the summer season, the two tales may have formed part of a cycle of myths distributed among the months of the year. The Gilgamesh epic, however, does not form such a cycle. Both myths have been artificially attached to the adventures of the hero. For the deluge story, we now have the definite proof for its independent existence, through Dr. Poble's publication of a Sumerian text which embodies the tale, 122, and without any reference to Gilgamesh. Similarly, Scheele and Hilprecht have published fragments of deluge stories written in Akkadian, and likewise, without any connection with the Gilgamesh epic, 123. In the epic, the story leads to another episode attached to Gilgamesh, namely, the search for a magic plant growing in deep water, which has the power of restoring old age to youth. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the deluge, is moved through pity for Gilgamesh, worn out by his long wanderings. At the request of his wife, Utnapishtim decides to tell Gilgamesh of this plant, and he succeeds in finding it. He plucks it and decides to take it back to Eric so that all may enjoy the benefit, but on his way stops to bathe in a cool cistern. A serpent comes along and snatches the plant from him, and he is forced to return to Eric with his purpose unachieved. Man cannot hope, when old age comes on, to escape death as the end of everything. Lastly, the 12th tablet of the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh epic is of a purely didactic character, bearing evidence of having been added as a further illustration of the current belief that there is no escape from the netherworld to which all must go after life has come to an end. Proper burial and suitable care of the dead represent all that can be done in order to secure a fairly comfortable rest for those who have passed out of this world. Enkidu is once more introduced into this episode. His shade is invoked by Gilgamesh, and rises up out of the lower world to give a discouraging reply to Gilgamesh's request. Tell me, my friend, the law of the earth which thou hast experienced, tell me. The mournful message comes back, I cannot tell thee, my friend, I cannot tell. Death is a mystery and must always remain such. The historical Gilgamesh has clearly no connection with the figure introduced into this 12th tablet. Indeed, as already suggested, the Gilgamesh epic must have ended with the return to Erech, as related at the close of the 11th tablet. The 12th tablet was added by some schoolmen of Babylonia, or perhaps of Assyria, purely for the purpose of conveying a summary of the teachings in regard to the fate of the dead. Whether these 6 episodes covering the 6th to the 12th tablets, 1. The nature myth, 2. The killing of the divine bull, 3. The punishment of Gilgamesh and the death of Enkidu, 4. Gilgamesh's wanderings, in 5. The deluge, in carting to the Insprains in search for immortality, were all included at the time that the Old Babylonian version was compiled, cannot, of course, be determined until we have that version in a more complete form. since the two tablets thus far recovered show that as early as 2000 BC, the Enkidu tale had already been amalgamated with the current stories about Gilgamesh, and the endeavor made to transfer the traits of the former to the latter, it is eminently likely that the story of Ishtar's unhappy love adventure with Gilgamesh was included, as well as Gilgamesh's punishment and the death of Enkidu. With the evidence furnished by Meissner's fragment of a version of the Old Babylonian revision, and by our two tablets of the early disposition to make popular tales, the medium of illustrating current beliefs and the teachings of the temple schools, it may furthermore be concluded that the death of Enkidu and the punishment of Gilgamesh were utilized for didactic purposes in the Old Babylonian version. On the other hand, the proof for the existence of the deluge story in the Hammurabi period, and some centuries later, independent of any connection with the Gilgamesh epic, raises the question whether in the Old Babylonian version, of which our two tablets form a part, the deluge tale was already woven into the pattern of the epic. At all events, till proof to the contrary is forthcoming, we may assume that the 12th tablet of the Assyrian version, though also reverting to a Babylonian original, dates as the latest addition to the epic from a period subsequent to 2000 BC. And that the same is probably the case with the 11th tablet. Ix. To sum up, there are four main currents that flow together in the Gilgamesh epic, even in its Old Babylonian form. 1. The adventures of a mighty warrior Enkidu, resting perhaps on a faint tradition of the conquest of Amuru by the hero. 2. The more definite recollection of the exploits of a foreign invader of Babylonia by the name of Gilgamesh, whose home appears likewise to have been in the west, A24. And 4. The process of weaving the traditions, exploits, myths, and didactic tales together, in the course of which process Gilgamesh becomes the main hero and Enkidu his companion. Furthermore, our investigation has shown that to Enkidu belongs the episode with the woman, used to illustrate the evolution of primitive man to the ways and conditions of civilized life, the conquest of Huwawa in the land of Amuru, the killing of lions and also of the bull, while Gilgamesh is the hero who conquers Erech. Identified with the sun god, the nature myth of the union of the sun with the earth and the subsequent separation of the two is also transferred to him. The wanderings of the hero, smitten with disease, are a continuation of the nature myth, symbolizing the waning vigor of the sun with the approach of the wintry season. The details of the process, which led to making Gilgamesh the favorite figure, to whom the traits and exploits of Enkidu and of the sun god are transferred, escape us, but of the fact that Enkidu is the older figure, of whom certain adventures were set forth in a tale that once had an independent existence, there can now be little doubt in the face of the evidence furnished by the two tablets of the Old Babylonian version, just as the study of these tablets shows that in the combination of the tales of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, the former is the prototype, of which Gilgamesh is the copy. If the two are regarded as brothers, as born in the same place, even resembling one another in appearance and carrying out their adventures in common, it is because in the process of combination, Gilgamesh becomes the reflex of Enkidu. That Enkidu is not the figure created by Aruru to relieve Erech of its tyrannical ruler is also shown by the fact that Gilgamesh remains in control of Erech. It is to Erech that he returns when he fails of his purpose to learn the secret of escape from old age and death. Erech is, therefore, not relieved of the presence of the ruthless ruler through Enkidu. The man of Anu, formed by Aru as a deliverer, is confused in the course of the growth of the epic with Enkidu, the offspring of Ninib, and in this way we obtain the strange contradiction of Enkidu and Gilgamesh appearing first as bitter rivals and then as close and inseparable friends. It is of the nature of epic compositions everywhere to eliminate unnecessary figures by concentrating on one favorite, the traits belonging to another or to several others. The close association of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, which becomes one of the striking features in the combination of the tales of these two heroes, naturally recalls the heavenly twins motif, which has been so fully and so suggestively treated by Professor J. Randall Harris in his Cult of the Heavenly Twins, London, 1906. Professor Harris has conclusively shown how widespread the tendency is to associate two divine or semi-divine beings in myths and legends as inseparable companions, 125, or twins, like Castor and Pollux, Romulus and Remus, 126 Cepheses. The Akvins in the Rig Veda, 127, Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau in the Old Testament, the Kabiri of the Phoenicians, 128, Heracles and Iphicles in Greek mythology, Ambrica and Fidelio in Teutonic mythology, Patolo and Potrimpo in Old Prussian mythology, Cots and Cotopates in Mithraism, Jesus and Thomas, according to the Syriac Acts of Thomas, and the various illustrations of Dioscuri in Christian legends, set forth by Dr. Harris in his work under this title, which carries the motif far down into the period of legends about Christian saints who appear in pairs, including the reference to such a pair in Shakespeare's Henry V. And Crispian shall ne'er go by, from that day to the ending of the world, which quote Acti, IV 3, 57, 58. There are indeed certain parallels which suggest that Enkidu Gilgamesh may represent a Babylonian counterpart to the heavenly twins. In the Indo-Iranian, Greek, and Roman mythology, the twins almost invariably act together. In unison they proceed on expeditions to punish enemies. 129. But after all, the parallels are of too general a character to be of much moment. And moreover, the parallels stop short at the critical point. For Gilgamesh, though worsted, is not killed by Enkidu, whereas one of the heavenly twins is always killed by the brother, as Abel is by Cain, and Iphicles by his twin brother Heracles. Even the trait which is frequent in the earliest forms of the heavenly twins, according to which one is immortal and the other is mortal, though applying in a measure to Enkidu, who is killed by Ishtar, while Gilgamesh, the offspring of a divine pair, is only smitten with disease, is too unsubstantial to warrant more than a general comparison between the Enkidu-Gilgamesh pair and the various forms of the twin motif found throughout the ancient world. For all that, the point is of some interest that in the Gilgamesh epic we should encounter two figures who are portrayed as possessing the same traits and accomplishing feats in common, which suggest a partial parallel to the various forms in which the twin motif appears in the mythologies, folklore, and legends of many nations, and it may be that in some of these instances the duplication is due, as in the case of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, to an actual transfer of the traits of one figure to another who usurped his place. In concluding this study of the two recently discovered tablets of the Old Babylonian version of the Gilgamesh epic, which has brought us several steps further in the interpretation and in our understanding of the method of composition of the most notable literary production of ancient Babylonia, it will be proper to consider the literary relationship of the Old Babylonian to the Assyrian version. We have already referred to the different form in which the names of the chief figures appear in the Old Babylonian version. Digish as against Digish, Organizishkish, Organizishkish, Gridizishkish, Organizashkadizishkish, Organizashkadizishkadij, Organizashkadizishkadizija, Horkadrizezkandizija, who probably as against Horkadrizezkadizij by stellage in Najigish. Arik appears as Uruk Ribetim, Arik of the plazas as against Uruk Supari, walled Arik, or Arik within the walls, in the Assyrian version, of 13. These variations point to an independent recension for the Assyrian revision, a section, member. And this conclusion is confirmed by a comparison of parallel passages in our two tablets with the Assyrian version, for such parallels rarely extend to verbal agreements in details, and, moreover, show that the Assyrian version has been elaborated. Beginning with the Pennsylvania tablet, column I is covered in the Assyrian version by tablet I, 525 to 633, though, as pointed out above, in the Assyrian version, we have the anticipation of the dreams of Gilgamesh and their interpretation through their recital to Enkidu by his female companion, whereas in the Old Babylonian version, we have the dreams directly given in a conversation between Gilgamesh and his mother. In the anticipation, there would naturally be some omissions. So, lines 45 and 1220 of the Pennsylvania tablet do not appear in the Assyrian version, but in their place is a line, I, 535, to be restored to. I saw him, and like a woman I fell in love with him, which occurs in the Old Babylonian version only in connection with the second dream. The point is of importance as showing that in the Babylonian version, the first dream lays stress upon the omen of the falling meteor as symbolizing the coming of Enkidu, whereas the second dream more specifically reveals Enkidu as a man, 131, of whom Gilgamesh is instantly enamored. Strikingly variant lines, though conveying the same idea, are frequent. Thus line 14 of the Babylonian version reads, I bore it and carried it to thee, and appears in the Assyrian version, I, 5:35b, supplied from 626. I threw it or him at thy feet, 132, with an additional line in elaboration, thou didst bring him into contact with me, 133, other c, which anticipates the speech of the mother. Line 41, Assyrian version, I 6:33. Line 10 of the Pennsylvania tablet has SA, his era, as against his as AC, I 5:31. Line 8 has Ikitabe, as against Ida on, in the Assyrian version, I 5:29. More significant is the variant to line 9. I became weak, and its weight I could not bear, as against I 5:30. Its strength was overpowering, Ido 1944, and I could not endure its weight. The important lines 31-36 are not found in the Assyrian version, with the exception of I 6:27, which corresponds to lines 30-34. But this lack of correspondence is probably due to the fact that the Assyrian version represents the anticipation of the dreams, which, as already suggested, might well omit some details. As against this, we have in the Assyrian version, R 6:23-25, an elaboration of line 30 in the Pennsylvania tablet and taken over from the recital of the first dream. Through the Assyrian version, 1:631-32, we can restore the closing lines of column I of the Pennsylvania tablet, while with line 33t ln 45 of the Pennsylvania tablet, the parallel between the two versions comes to an end. Lines 34-43 of the Assyrian version, bringing tablet I to a close, 135 represent an elaboration of the speech of Ninsun, followed by a further address of Gilgamesh to his mother and by the determination of Gilgamesh to seek out Enkidu. However, 136, 136, 136, 136, 135, 1 Babylonian version. Our text proceeds with the scene between Enkidu and the woman, in which the latter by her charms and her appeal endeavors to lead Enkidu away from his life with the animals. From the abrupt manner in which the scene is introduced in line 43 of the Pennsylvania tablet, it is evident that this cannot be the first mention of the woman. The meeting must have been recounted in the first tablet, as is the case in the Assyrian version. 137. The second tablet takes up the direct recital of the dreams of Gilgamesh and then continues the narrative. Whether in the old Babylonian version the scene between Enkidu and the woman was described with the same naive details, as in the Assyrian version, of the sexual intercourse between the two for 6 days and 7 nights, cannot of course be determined, though presumably the Assyrian version, with the tendency of epics to become more elaborate as they pass from age to age, added some realistic touches. Assuming that lines 44-63 of the Pennsylvania tablet, the cohabitation of Enkidu, and the address of the woman is a repetition of what was already described in the first tablet, the comparison with the Assyrian version, 1-4-1641, not only points to the elaboration of the later version, but likewise to an independent recension, even where parallel lines can be picked out. Only lines 46-48 of the Pennsylvania tablet form a complete parallel to line 21 of column 4 of the Assyrian version. The description in lines 22-32 of column 4 is missing, though it may, of course, have been included in part in the recital in the first tablet of the old Babylonian version. Lines 49-59 of the Pennsylvania tablet are covered by 30-39, the only slight difference being the specific mention in line 58 of the Pennsylvania tablet of Iana, the temple in Erech, described as the dwelling of Anu. Whereas in the Assyrian version, Iana is merely referred to as the holy house and described as the dwelling of Anu and Ishtar, where Ishtar is clearly a later addition. Leaving aside lines 60-61, which may be merely a variant though independent of line 39 of column 4 of the Assyrian version, We now have in the Pennsylvania tablet a second speech of the woman to Enkidu, not represented in the Assyrian version, beginning like the first one with Alka, come, lines 62-63, in which she asks Enkidu to leave the accursed ground, in which he dwells. This speech, as the description which follows, extending into columns 3-4, and telling how the woman clothed Enkidu, how she brought him to the sheepfolds, how she taught him to eat bread and to drink wine, and how she instructed him in the ways of civilization, must have been included in the second tablet of the Assyrian version, which has come down to us in a very imperfect form. Nor is the scene in which Enkidu and Gilgamesh have their encounter found in the preserved portions of the second, or possibly the third, tablet of the Assyrian version, but only a brief reference to it in the fourth tablet, 138, in which in epic style the story is repeated. Leading up to the second exploit, the joint campaign of Enkidu and Gilgamesh against Huwawa. This reference, covering only 7 lines, corresponds to lines 192-31 of the Pennsylvania tablet, but the former being the repetition and the latter the original recital, the comparison to be instituted merely reveals again the independence of the Assyrian version, as shown in the use of kibsa, tread, if 246 for sexa, for sexa, 4s l 26 iss l 2 sexta l2 line 5 sex s as against ir 22 l2 21 and 226. Such variants as al d gish eri bam el idin l2 417 against de Gilgamesh on Asurabi ul namdin if 247 and again Sisebtima, Kima, Lemma. They grappled at the gate of the family house, IV, 248, c. Against. Te sabtama inabab bete imute. They grappled at the gate of the family house, EV, 248, or 8. All point once more to the literary independence of the Assyrian version. The end of the conflict and the reconciliation of the two heroes is likewise missing in the Assyrian version. It may have been referred to at the beginning of column 3, I dry teen, 45 teen 9, Inistat teen, of tablet IV. Coming to the Yale tablet, the few passages in which a comparison may be instituted with the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, to which in a general way it must correspond, are not sufficient to warrant any conclusions, beyond the confirmation of the literary independence of the Assyrian version. The section comprised within lines 72-89, where Enkidu's grief at his friend's decision to fight Huwawa is described 140, and he makes confession of his own physical exhaustion, may correspond to tablet IV, column 4, of the Assyrian version. This would fit in with the beginning of the reverse, the first 2 lines of which, 136 to 37.7, correspond to column 5 of the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, with a variation, 7-fold fear, Os 141, as against fear of men in the Assyrian version. If lines 138 to 139 in column 4 of the Yale tablet correspond to line 7 of column 5 of tablet IV of the Assyrian version, we would again have an illustration of the elaboration of the later version by the addition of lines 3-6. But beyond this we have merely the comparison of the description of Huwawa, whose roar is a flood, whose mouth is fire, and whose breath is death, which occurs twice in the Yale tablet, lines 11-111 and 196-27, with the same phrase in the Assyrian version, tablet IV, 5-3, but here, as just pointed out, with an elaboration. Practically, therefore, the entire Yale tablet represents an addition to our knowledge of the Huwawa episode, and until we are fortunate enough to discover more fragments of the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, we must content ourselves with the conclusions reached from a comparison of the Pennsylvania tablet with the parallels in the Assyrian version. It may be noted as a general point of resemblance in the exterior form of the Old Babylonian and Assyrian versions that both were inscribed on tablets containing 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse, and that the length of the tablets, an average of 40 to 50 lines, was about the same, thus revealing in the external form a convention one size for the tablets in the older period, which was carried over into later times. Pennsylvania tablet. The 240 lines of the 6 columns of the text are enumerated in succession, with an indication on the margin where a new column begins. This method, followed also in the case of the Yale tablet, seems preferable to Langdon's breaking up of the text into obverse and reverse, with a separate enumeration for each of the 6 columns. In order, however, to facilitate a comparison with Langdon's edition, a table is added. Obverse, call. I, once a clain ali us, an action. I, 5 stack section, 10, 1 stack 10, nection, section, an action, starkins, exex thar t text 30 x, thar t text 30 x, stars, i.e., Ushe 4 70 77 Ushe 50 70 70 70 77 L 77 67 77 70s 30 70s 77 times skill 70 77 times kill. II 1 step E mine 80 W II 5 85 AI 10 step U 90 II 15 mine 85 mine I 26 step U 100 II 25 1 II 30 step U 100 step U EII 35 100 step U 15. Reverse call I 1 call IVLF our text I 5F 135 or I 1 tennis 140 af time I 1 tennis af 25 1 tennis 725 specs R or af 25 1 tennis 725 or af 25 specs 1 tennis 7 times specs R or af 25 60 alfs R 1 tennis 7 time tiny 30 V align 71 or II 5s hour 75 or II 10 time or II 10 time or II 5 7 85 II 2 time or 9 time my 9 7 time 9 time 5 stubbles I 9 time 5 stubbles I 37 times II ICE stubbles I times stubbles I 9 time 7 times 4 times stubbles I 9 time is double writing times or I 9 times. Phi ties line 208 by C ties 20 tells and IC ties in ties 20 ties or IC 120 ties in ties 222 or IC ties 227 EC ties in ties ET EC ties or II 222 23 teats 227 EZ3. Pennsylvania tablet. Transliteration. Call I. It by ima digais suna tamai paas sar is za kar ana omisu omiina so omiiana saad musi tiia saada omiisi tia saam hakuma atena ala akayifur hua op de idt ad by riet it lotim ebebasu nima kakabu sama iki isru saade de siri ua as a sisua wu eligia ilisu ilutum une Saku CPI, su mai idima, puti I midu, iati sakusia, suma, aba, bala, asusia, nasi, adis, edg, dgis, ada, akalama, izaza, krarum, adgjus me in, sakarar, an adggisa, sakima kati, inasi ri wa, libi sida, ma, ura, abo, baisu, saduda, nasiane, sel, tahaadu, at taadu, ta'asaku. Sapi is ata, asatu is asa, ata iti rafi tara asatu izan, asat rafi eu is a. Anasa eninsma itamar, sani, atamar sani tam, atitawa atawa anzar, ku, revisa ama ana, antamar sa, ni tamasu, metaku, ar atista iruki, ribbit, and ha esi nu ma sani bunusu, amursuma, tadu anaku ara emsu makima esatim aha embuu esatim aha embuu belsu el kisu ma estaka ensu ana e haia mi dgs muda at kalama iziza kar ema na di gizes ize kar ema na di gizes atamu ru emeluta ar ambu esatimelsu kol I or s sum us to ssssssssrrwoy Itika DGs Sunatam or Ipasar du wei ce bei mahar, har re imtim or ssssssssa. Ipeti. I peti ssa. Stan. Far con is trees as estar. Well, fing. Well. 627 Musia a, timdi and kidu, tbi, I, masta, and ka, year high. Ar hi, ha, ar hia, riem, tumpa, a, sa ipu, sa, anma is, zakar, ar ena, de teen kidu, ana, tal, ka, dienki, du kima, ilita, ba, arensti, and me, nimait, ira ana, aste, ita, ta, tau, ana al, ak, tibi luru, ka a, na, ana, enna, muwasabi, sa anim, asar, digisgai, itma, lu, ne, pc team, or, atita, kai, ma, saltaha, bu, ube, asutaha, sutima, rama anka, alkatiba is, ne ga, asga, tiba is, ne, gargar, ri, ma, a asga, imtahar, gaba, saim, tahar gada, ma, fu. Ila ab. By is, suli, ibsaam, seni a, I am, seni e, it ta'al, ba, az seni e, ta'al, ba, azeni, ili e riad, ta, I, riad, tizeniga, apri seni im a, sartarba, seni im, ini as a, risu im ha, rieri, aya, worry, or isu, im ha, ruri, or warisu, fori, deninkidu elite, taisabedi, my, ipte, aders, and ki de, rs, ishi r, iwa, aldu em, liba rs, liba. Perhaps one additional line missing. Call, I. Ci is, basanama, as te, I te en ni ik, a kalam is, kunu mahar, su, ibtai ik, maena, atalai, ipasa al, laas u, idn ki. Du aklam, anaa, aka, lim sikaram, etalam, satai, imlata, lim, muud, ta'aim, la'alum, muud, hatrium, tum, psaitm, metani, d, anki I kuul, aiak, lam de, idc, adcbe su, sikaram is, tiam, 7, aziam, 7 as, saam, my it, tapsarkab, I na, angu ili, is liba, su, mapanusu, or tap paya, fortam, hul, tap pi, or tap phi or su, hu hi, forta, nam, fortai, forta, usaakpu, reiti musi a team ut tap p, is si ba, re labi uk, tapi is dida si ida, tata, lu naki, ida luda, naki dai. Adai ida, rabu. Force, tritima estaa. About 5 lines missing. Call, iv. About 8 lines missing. I ippu, us ulsa am, is sima ini isu, itamar I, wilam is zet kar am, ana harimtim saam, kaat uki, a cpsr, wilam ana minim, illikam, zikiyir, su luis, su harim, tum is tasiar, wilam I, ba, huestu fu, olmaita, marsu ideal astahai, huestual, huestahai, denenki du beiti. ITAD, ITATATU, MIDA BT, ITHUID, SIMA, ADAMI, CIMA TUA, CIMA TUA, lu TI ADA, Na Ali, Dupsuk, CIKI, ECNN, Kala, Adali. Imisa, Aaha, Tim A, Nasari, Sa Uruksi, Ribi Tim PT Puuksi, Siana, Haa, Ariana, Digisiasiana, Digisari Sa Uruksi Ribitim, PT Puuksi Ana, Haa Arikas Diasiana, Haa Ariasa, Atsima, Timi Ria, Asa, Atsiama, Tim Iria, Arke, Suu, Pana, Nuum, Milke, Sa Iliga Bima, Inabi, Iriku, Panu, Su. About 3 lines missing. Call, v. About 6 lines missing. I, illa ak, de enki du ina, paani usam, eka at wa arki, su iru uba, archi, ribitim, ar eka ak, Uruki ribitim, ibitu, urukai, ekaak, urukai, egaem, arne siri, usu izizaem ma eka, sukai, amsa urukai, ribitim, pa, ara arne su etau. Ipaka, du etr, mati da an emu, ki mati, iwa si eti maas, te eet, en ni, maas te, yiti an, mati aruki, kak, ki tam eto, bati or ki, ali liu, sa ki, in ursanu, ana, eto, sa ki, digais ki li, sa ki, is some me, yer. Inni, ibip, bi na ag, saama, itaazi, saaze, izen ki du, na sorkim, ipetara, hasa, azala, akatum, sadegisis, ana, saazena, fi, izeze, danani, azesi. About 3 lines missing. Kol, vi. About 4 lines missing. Ser, alchi, hes, worst take sse. Alchi people, we're friends as a pedo, she pedo stop you. Ina si, re isu ilika. Nn ki du, iha nn ib, pr ta su it, bima ili ika na pani. Su itam, haru ina, rebaitum, mati di inki, du baba. Ti danki, du baba, enipeta, riik ina sifiwi, dahid ene sifiwika, inis saab tuma, koga, we im endap. Li im, ludu, zi im, my bu, tu I ga rum, I do tu, I ga rum, ear tu ika, my isma, digai is I, si I, ika u, si I user, sa ika, user, surai eid, a ra osu, is tu irai surainihu, thinki du ina, sasi imi, sekar, ana, sekar, ama ana digais kima ist, te anma, amaka. I see imkum den lil dupu, tu kam masu tu ili nicu, or lse, icnicu, for susi. Translation. And the back furs of resex, the description to be our combination. Call, I. Gish sought to interpret the dream, spoke to his mother, my mother, during my night, I became strong and moved about among the heroes, and from the starry heaven, a meteor? Of Anu, fell upon me, I bore it, and it grew heavy upon me, I became weak and its weight I could not endure. The land of Erech gathered about it. The heroes kissed its feet. 142. It was raised up before me. They stood me up. 143. I bore it and carried it to thee. For it and carried it to thee. Heroes will kiss his feet. Thou wilt spare him and wilt endeavor to lead him to me. He slept and saw another dream, which he reported to his mother, my mother, I have seen another dream. Or Preson, my likeness I have seen in the streets, of Erech even starch, of the plazas. An axe was brandished, and they gathered about him, and the axe made him angry. I saw him and I rejoiced. I loved him as a woman, I embraced him. I took him and regarded him as my brother. The mother of Gish, who knows all things, spoke to Gish, O Gish, the man whom thou sawest, whom thou didst embrace like a woman. Kol I means that he is to be associated with thee. Gish understood the dream, as Enkidu was sitting before the woman and her els pc scrapture, her els pc skaz and her els p scrapture, her els gaz, he embraced her vagina, her els gaz pc, he's gaza, her pi, her got the place where he was born. 6 days and 7 nights, Enkidu continued. Quantinude, quantinze, elated me, 4 does, and oh. The woman opened her mouth and spoke to Enkidu. I gaze upon thee, O Enkidu, like a god art thou. Why with the cattle dost thou roam across the field? Come, let me lead thee into Erech, of the plazas, to the holy house, the dwelling of Anu, O Enkidu, arise. Let me conduct thee to Iana, the dwelling of Anu, the place where Gish is, perfect in vitality. Come, arise from the ground that is cursed. He heard her word and accepted her speech. The counsel of the woman entered his heart. She stripped off a garment, clothed him with one. Another garment she kept on herself. She took hold of his hand. Like a god, she brought him. She brought him to the fertile meadow, the place of the sheepfolds. In that place they received food, for he, Enkidu, whose birthplace was the mountain, with the gazelles he was accustomed to eat herbs, with the cattle to drink water, with the water beings he was happy. Perhaps one additional line missing. Call, i.e., milk of the cattle, he was accustomed to suck. Food they placed before him, he broke it off and looked and gazed. Enkidu had not known to eat food. To drink wine he had not been taught. The woman opened her mouth and spoke to Enkidu. Eat food, O Enkidu, the provender of life. Drink wine, the custom of the land. Enkidu ate food till he was satiated. Wine he drank, 7 goblets. His spirit was loosened, he became hilarious. His heart became glad and his face shone. The barber, and removed the hair on his body. He was anointed with oil. He became manlike. He put on a garment. He was like a man. He took his weapon, lions he attacked, so that the night shepherds could rest. He plunged the dagger, lions he overcame. The great shepherds lay down, Enkidu was their protector. The strong man, the unique hero, to the shepherds, from the Eversea forest, 4 times. About 5 lines missing. Kol, iv. About 8 lines missing. Making merry. He lifted up his eyes, he seized the man, he spoke to the woman, O courtesan, lure on the man, why has he come to me, his name I will destroy. The woman called to the man who approaches to him, 144 top and 144, and he beholds him. Away, why dost thou quake? Evil is the course of thy activity. 84 Sifit. Then he 146 opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu, to have, bring, ask KD, to have, bring, is the destiny of men, and the prerogative of the nobles, or the city, ADE, or the city, load the workbaskets. Food supply for the city lay to one side. For the king of Erech of the plazas, open the hymen, and bring, perform the marriage act. For Gish, the king of Erech of the plazas, open the hymen, perform the marriage act. With the legitimate wife one should cohabit, so before, as well as in the future. 14.7. By the decree pronounced by a god, from the cutting of his umbilical cord, such is his fate. At the speech of the hero, his face grew pale. About 3 lines missing. Call, v, and profession, and over time. About 6 lines missing. Enkidu went in front. On the courtesan behind him, he entered into Erech of the plazas. The people gathered about him. As he stood in the streets of Erech of the plazas, the men gathered, saying in regard to him, like the form of Gish he has suddenly become, shorter in stature. In his structure high, you are, quote, you, fear, you. 60 C. Overseeing, in the land strong of power has he become, milk of cattle. He was accustomed to suck. Steadily, in Erech HDCCCCCCCs. The heroes rejoiced, he became a leader. To the hero of fine appearance, to Gish, like a god, he became a rival to him. 14.8 it. 148, he for havening steest, is Ikshara, a couch was stretched, and Gish lay down, and afterwards? In the night he fled. He approaches, and Enkidu stood, in the streets. He blocked the path of Gish, at the exhibit of his power. About 3 lines missing. Call, vi. About 4 lines missing. Strong, 18 years lay, Astectius, against him Enkidu proceeded, his hair luxuriant. He started to go towards him. They met in the plaza of the district. Enkidu blocked the gate with his foot, not permitting Gish to enter. They seized each other like oxen, they fought. The threshold they demolished, the wall they impaired. Gish and Enkidu seized each other. Like oxen they fought. The threshold they demolished, the wall they impaired. Gish bent his foot to the ground. 149. Horn 49. His wrath was appeased, his breast was quieted. When his breast was quieted, Enkidu to him spoke, to Gish, or the one thy mother bore thee. The wild cow of the stall, 150, Ninsun, has exalted thy head above men, kingship over men, and Lil has decreed for thee. second tablet, enlarged beyond the original. 240 lines. Commentary on the Pennsylvania tablet. Line 1. The verb atibo with passeru expresses the aim of Gish to secure an interpretation for his dream. This disposes of Langdon's note 1 on page 211 of his edition, in which he also erroneously speaks of our text as late. Firu is not a variant of Zakaru. Both verbs occur just as here in the Assyrian version, I, 5:25. Line 3, CSIDS in this my night, IEE, in the course of this night of mine. A curious way of putting it, but the expression occurs also in the Assyrian version, e.g. I, 5:26 too. Parallel passage to ours and II, 4:14. In the Yale tablet we find, similarly, more sia idka, or more sia idka, or bor more. 26:2, 1, Shoah, 41, 4, Awa. At night to thee. Line 5. Before Langdon put down the strange statement of Gish wandering about in the midst of omens, misreading id data time, for it lu time, he might have asked himself the question, what it could possibly mean. Line 6. CKK to AK bu samai must be taken as a compound term for starry heaven. The parallel passage in the Assyrian version, tablet 1st 555, 527, has the ideograph for star, with the plural sign as a variant. Literally, therefore, the starry heaven or the stars in heaven was there, etc. Langdon's note 2 on page 211 rests on an erroneous reading. Line 7. Akis Ru Sa Anim, mass of Anu, appears to be the designation of a meteor, which might well be described as a mass, coming from Anu, i.e., from the god of heaven who becomes the personification of the heavens in general. In the Assyrian version, I 528, we have Kima, Ki Is Rus, i.e., something like a mass of heaven. Note also I 3:16, where in a description of Gilgamesh his strength is said to be strong like a mass, i.e., a meteor of heaven. Line 9. For Nusasu el ilti, we have a parallel in the Hebrew phrase en laeti enzays Isaiah 1:14. Line 10. Uruk Moutum, as the designation for the district of Erech, occurs in the Assyrian version, e.g. I 5:31 and IV 2:38, also to be supplied, I 6:23. For I Pierre, the parallel in the Assyrian version has es sa'az I 5:31, but vi 19:7 we find pavru and pa to bre. Line 17. Mi'nd does not mean truly as Langdon translates, but someone. It occurs also in the Assyrian version, X 113, mi'nde, my en nu'u, this is someone who, etc. Line 18, cf. Assyrian version, 153 and IV 4:7 Ina, Siri Alida, both passages referring to Enkidu. Line 21, cf. Assyrian version II 3b 38 with Malke, kings, as a synonym of Itludum. Line 23, Itat, ta ra as 7 from Tarasu, direct, guide, etc. Line 24, I take us t eneme as iei, 2, from isano, yosen, the verb underlying situ, sleep, and sutu, dream. Line 26, cf. Assyrian version A6 21, a complete parallel. Line 28, Uruk Ribi Team, the standing phrase in both tablets of the Old Babylonian version, for which in the Assyrian version we have Uruk Supu Ri. In the former term suggests the broad space outside of the city or the common in a village community, while Supiri, enclosed, would refer to the city within the walls. Dr. W. F. Albright, in a private communication, suggests Erech of the Plazas as a suitable translation for Uruk Rib Team. A third term, Uruk Madam, see above, note to line 10, though designating rather the district of which Erech was the capital, appears to be used as a synonym to Uruk Ribetaim, as may be concluded from the phrase Ina Ribitum, Mati I, yes, US, PI, L214 of the Pennsylvania tablet, which clearly means the plaza of the city. One naturally thinks of Rehoboth Ir in Genesis 10:11, the equivalent of Babylonian Rebai to Aliel, which can hardly be the name of a city. It appears to be a gloss, as is Hiho Ir Hagadolo at the end of V12. The latter gloss is misplaced, since it clearly describes Nineveh, mentioned in V11. Inasmuch as Rehoboth Ir immediately follows the mention of Nineveh, it seems simplest to take the phrase as designating the outside, or suburbs of the city, a complete parallel, therefore, to Rebi-2 Mati in our text. Nineveh, together with the suburbs, forms the great city. Uruk Ribtime is, therefore, a designation for Greater Erech, proper to a capital city, which by its gradual growth would take in more than its original confines. Uruk of the plazas must have come to be used as a honorific designation of this important center as early as 2000 BC, whereas later, perhaps because of its decline, the epithet no longer seemed appropriate and was replaced by the more modest designation of Walled Erech, with an allusion to the tradition which ascribed the building of the wall of the city to Gilgamesh. At all events, all three expressions, Erech of the plazas, Erech Walled, or Erech Walled, and Erech Land, are to be regarded as synonymous. The position once held by Erech follows also from its ideographic designation, Brenow number 4796, by the sign house, with a gunified extension, which conveys the idea of anu vs sub 2, or dwelling, in a sense between, or dwelling, she, par excellence. The pronunciation Unig or eunuch, see the gloss Unu, UK, Vir 23, A to A, composed of unu, dwelling, and ki, place, is hardly to be regarded as older than Uruk, which is to be resolved into Uruk, city, and ki, place, but rather as a play upon the name. Both anu plus ki and uru plus ki, conveying the same idea of the sea city or the dwelling place, par excellence. As the seat of the second oldest dynasty according to Babylonian traditions, see Pabel's list in historical and grammatical texts number 2, Uruk no doubt was regarded as having been at one time the city, i.e. the capital of the entire Euphrates Valley. Line 31. A difficult line for which Langdon proposes the translation, another axe seemed his visage, which may be picturesque, but hardly a description befitting a hero. Langdon attaches sa'ni in the sense of second to the preceding word, axe, whereas sa'ni bunuso, change of his countenance, or his countenance being changed, is to be taken as a phrase to convey the idea of being disturbed, displeased, or angry. The phrase is of the same kind as the well-known sunu temuz, changing of reason, to denote insanity. See the passages in Mus Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, pp. 355 and 1068. In Hebrew, too, we have the same two phrases, e.g. Vayasanov, Etta Emov, Isam, 21, 14:2, IC, 34, 1, and he changed his reason, i.e. feigned insanity, and Mezane Ponoivit, Jobe 14:20, changing his face, to indicate a radical alteration in the frame of mind. There is a still closer parallel in Biblical Aramaic, Dan 3:19, the form of his visage was changed, meaning he was enraged. Fortunately, the same phrase occurs also in the Yale tablet, LL 192, Esayanu, Abunu, Su, in a connection which leaves no doubt that the aroused fury of the tyrant Huwawa is described by it. Huwawa heard and his face was changed. Precisely, therefore, as we should say, following biblical usage, his countenance fell. Cf. Also the phrase Epenusu Arpu, his countenance was darkened, Assyrian version, Syrian version, c. 48, to express anger. The line, therefore, in the Pennsylvania tablet must describe Enkidu's anger. With the brandishing of the axe, the hero's anger was also stirred up. The touch was added to prepare us for the continuation, in which Gish describes how, despite this, or perhaps just because of it, Enkidu seemed so attractive that Gish instantly fell in love with him. May perhaps the emphatic form Hasanuma, line 31 against Hasanu, line 29, have been used to indicate the axe it was, or because of the axe. It would be worthwhile to examine other texts of the Hammurabi period, with a view of determining the scope in the use and meaning of the emphatic ma when added to a substantive. Line 32. The combination Amur a Taju occurs also in the El Amarna letters, number 1812. Line 34. In view of the common Hebrew, Syriac, and Arabic hobab to love, it seems preferable to read here, as in the other passages in the Assyrian versions, I, 4, 15, 4, 35, 6, 27, etc., Aiya, aha, abba, bu, ub, I, mu, ub, etc., instead of with peef, and to render embrace. Lines 38-40, completing the column, may be supplied from the Assyrian version I 6, 30-32, in conjunction with lines 30-34 of our text. The beginning of line 32 in Jensen's version is therefore to be filled out, ora am suki. Line 43, the restoration at the beginning of this line. Onki, duwa, saib, mahar, ha, ri'im tim. Enables us to restore also the beginning of the second tablet of the Assyrian version, cf. The colophon of the fragment 81, 727, 93, in Jeremias Isdubar, Nimrod, Plate IV Jensen, p. 134. Id Enki, Duwa si ib, Mahar, sa. Line 44. The restoration of this line is largely conjectural, based on the supposition that its contents correspond in a general way to I, 4, 16 of the Assyrian version. The reading daide is quite certain, as is also iptai ee, and since both words occur in the line of the Assyrian version in question, it is tempting to supply at the beginning or satiace, her loins, ucf, or crtu, or cfa, or cfa, or cba, cfa, or c-title, as also, or cfar, horsecabast, horseboxed, and spence artendist, cfar, horsecabas, united version, fursicaba, cicab. At all events, the line describes the fascination exercised upon Enkidu by the woman's bodily charms, which make him forget everything else. Lines 46-47 form a parallel to I-421 of the Assyrian version. The form samkatu, courtesan, is constant in the Old Babylonian version, as, lt. 13.5 and 172, as against samhatu in the Assyrian version, I, 13.19, 40.45, 40dddd, 40bdt, 30ddida, 30 dust, 4.1, 40 dust astas taida, cb. The interchange between HH and AK is not without precedent, cf. Meissner, Alt Babylonisches HFS as Privatrecht, page 107, note 2, and more particularly, Cia, list of personal namesy, page 37. In view of the evidence set forth in the introduction for the assumption that the Enkidu story has been combined with a tale of the evolution of primitive man to civilized life, it is reasonable to suggest that in the original Enkidu story, the female companion was called Semkatu, courtesan, ensign. Whereas, in the tale of the primitive man, which was transferred to Enkidu, the associate was Harimtu, a woman, just as in the Genesis tale, the companion of Adam is simply called Ishshe, woman. Note that in the Assyrian parallel, tablet Fars 426, we have two readings, in pierstra, farstra, fear, fixed, and many, fear, and a variant iri high, present. The former is the better reading, as our tablet shows. Lines 49-59 run parallel to the Assyrian version, I, 4, 33a, with slight variations which have been discussed above, p58, and from which we may conclude that the Assyrian version represents an independent redaction. Since in our tablet we have presumably the repetition of what may have been in part at least set forth in the first tablet of the Old Babylonian version, we must not press the parallelism with the first tablet of the Assyrian version too far, but it is noticeable nevertheless. 1. That our tablet contains lines 57-58, which are not represented in the Assyrian version, and 2. That the second speech of the woman beginning, line 62, with alka, kor, shur, kor, horsh, or shor, kor, c, fortrti, and the koruj, kos, is likewise not found in the first tablet of the Assyrian version. which on the other hand contains a line 39, not in the Babylonian version, besides the detailed answer of Enkidu, I4, 42.5.5.5. Line 6, which reads, Enkidu and the woman went Dialikwi to Wald Erech, is also not found in the second tablet of the Old Babylonian version. Line 63, for Emagros, accursed, see the frequent use in astrological texts, Jastro, Religion Babylonians and Assyrians i.e., page 450, note 2. Langdon, by his strange error in separating ma-a-ag re-im into two words, ma-a-agak and re-i-im, with a still stranger rendering, unto the place yonder of the shepherds, naturally misses the point of this important speech. Line 64 corresponds to I-4-40 of the Assyrian version, which has an additional line, leading to the answer of Enkidu. From here on, our tablet furnishes material not represented in the Assyrian version, but which was no doubt included in the second tablet of that version, of which we have only a few fragments. Line 70 must be interpreted as indicating that the woman kept one garment for herself. Itilbas would accordingly mean, she kept on. The female dress appears to have consisted of an upper and a lower garment. Sure. Line 72. The restoration like a god is favored by line 51, where Enkidu is likened to a god, and is further confirmed by El-Minini. Line 73. Agupru is identical with Agia up. Thompson, Adria Priar, O.T. Thompson, Adriar or RTR, RTRA, and the astrologers, etc. 223 Revriar 2 and 223 AA, Revriar R. ATR, and must be correlated to Giapru Mus, Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, POT9AA, Planted Field, Meadow, and the like. Thompson's translation, men, as though a synonym of Gabru, is to be corrected accordingly. Line 74. There is nothing missing between Asar and Tarbasi IMMA. Line 75, Reja, Staben and the Pasting, and Benner and ATC Fee, which Langdon renders shepherd, is the equivalent of the Arabic Reja and Hebrew Reja, Staben, Stabaj, fodder. Staben, Mus Arnold, an Assyrian Dictionary, PZ column is not serious. Evidently Enkidu, still accustomed to live like an animal, is first led to the sheepfolds, and this suggests a repetition of the description of his former life. Of the 4 or 5 lines missing, we may conjecturally restore 4, on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet 1, 4, 5, 4, 2, 5, or I, 2, 39-41. This would then join on well to the beginning of column 3. Line 81. Both here and in L52 our text has ne me as te as against name mas ce, and the Assyrian version, e.g., tablet 1, 2, 41, 4, 5, etc., the feminine form, therefore, as against the masculine. Langdon's note 3 on page 213 is misleading. In astrological texts we also find ne me mas te egg. Thompson, Reports of the Magicians and Astrologers, etc., No. 200, Obv. 2. Line 93. Zima atad and asef for simate embala lati im is not conformity of life, as Langdon renders, but that which belongs to life, like simate grisa, belonging to her body, in the Assyrian version, ee2a, 3 Jensen, page 106. 46 and essa, 46. Line 94. Langdon's strange rendering of the conditions and fate of the land rests upon an erroneous reading, see the corrections, Appendix Biddies, which is the more inexcusable because in line 97, the same ideogram, Kistc karu, wine, occurs, and is correctly rendered by him. Asimti mati is not the fate of the land, but the fixed custom of the land. Line 98. Is sa, me, in plural of asamu, which Langdon takes as an adverb in the sense of times, is a well-known word for a large goblet, which occurs in incantation texts, e.g., Ct xv 24, obv. 119, mi a asaam, mi e, supuk, pour out goblets of water. Line 18 of the passage shoves that asamuis is a Sumerian loanword. Line 99. Itik ser I2 from passeru, loosen. In combination with captatum from cabitatum, n from cabitatum, yielding two forms, captatum by elision of I and cabitic by elision of I, liver, passeru has the force of becoming cheerful, cf. to cabit, 12, c. cf. Line 100, note the customary combination of liver, c cabtatum and heart, or elegists tellage, or elegists teltatum and heart, or elegists and bind, in or elegist in phrase and penitential prayers, and evils are elegist in panis and penitential prayers, or elegists, my followed. Line 10-2. The restoration lu sef desir is galaboo. Barber is galaboo, barber, barber. Zayen, sef desir 7, was suggested to me by Dr. H. F. Lutz. The ideographic writing, raising the hand, is interesting, as recalling the gesture of shaving or cutting. Line 103. Langdon has correctly rendered suhuru as hair, and has seen that we have here a loanword from the Sumerian suhur eskimatu, turn co, har, according to the syllabary SB 357 CFS, delicious, sumer. Glosser, par 2, 5d3 lesk. For chukimatu, hair, more specifically hair of the head and face, see Holma, Namander Kerpertile, page 3. The same sign, suhur, or chubrunnau, number 8615, with lal, i.e. hanging hair, designates the beard ezeknu, cf 8. Brunnau, number 8620, and Holma, lcp. 36, and it is interesting to note that we have suhuru introduced as a loanword for the barbershop, according to ER 2127C, CHD CTC, CTT 41. A suhura, i.e., House of the Hair, EC, Hu, Ru, 1970, Su, Hu, Ru. In view of all this, we may regard as assured Holma's conjecture to read Suherma Suti in the list 9374 obvi. On Biak TT23, on T-Do 4, P2003, and Holma, and Biak ZTT. Asir. Lexicon, P36, as the Akkadian equivalent to Suhermas Ha and the name of a fish, so called because it appeared to have a double beard to cf. Holma, Namen der Kerpertile. One is tempted, furthermore, to see in the difficult word skyer Isaiah 7:20 a loanword from our suhuru, and to take the words ethoros vesa, ar harajalayim, the head and hair of the feet, euphemistic for the hair around the privates, as an explanatory gloss to the rare word skyer for hair of the body in general, just as in the passage in the Pennsylvania tablet. The verse in Isaiah would then read, "The Lord on that day will shave with a razor the hair, or skyrick, and even the beard will be removed." The rest of the verse would represent a series of explanatory glosses, a beyond the river, i.e., Assyria, a gloss to Yegala, Bethe, with the king of Assyria, a gloss to Beta R, with a razor, and Kate, the hair of the head and hair of the feet, a gloss to Huskir. For hair of the feet, we have an interesting equivalent in Babylonian suhur and suhur and suhur, as sepi, cptt fist, ct 424 cd, cf. Also boisier, washe, documents. Assyrians relatifs, ox presigest, b258, 4258, 4 The Babylonian phrase is like the Hebrew one to be interpreted as a euphemism for the hair around the male or female organ. To be sure, the change from H to K in Eskir constitutes an objection, but not a serious one in the case of a loanword, which would aim to give the pronunciation of the original word rather than the correct etymological equivalent. The writing with aspirated K fulfills this condition. Cf. Asam Kadam and Samhatam above P73. The passage in Isaiah being a reference to Assyria, the prophet might be tempted to use a foreign word to make his point more emphatic. To take shkyer as hired, as has hitherto been done, and to translate with a hired razor, is not only to suppose a very wooden metaphor, but is grammatically difficult, since shkyer would be a feminine adjective attached to a masculine substantive. Coming back to our passage in the Pennsylvania tablet, it is to be noted that Enkidu is described as covered all over his body with hair. Assyrian version, tablet 1, 2, 36, like an animal. To convert him into a civilized man, the hair is removed. Line 117, Muchu does not mean husband here, as Langdon supposes, but must be taken as in L238 in the more general sense of man, for which there is good evidence. Line 109, Elabi, plural form, are lions, not panthers, as Langdon has it. The verb, uji-iri, is from egaru, to attack. Langdon, by separating is shew from ega-iri, gets a totally wrong, and indeed absurd meaning. See the corrections in the appendix. He takes the sign hew for the copula, marisi, which of course is impossible. Line 110. Read us sa ak pu zi I1 of sakapu, which is frequently used for lying down, and is in fact a synonym of salalu. See Mus Arnault, a Syrian dictionary, page 758a. He ente, economists as very clearly, sive ekariu, shepherd, with the plural sign. The shepherds of the night, who could now rest since Enkidu had killed the lions, are of course the shepherds who were accustomed to watch the flocks during the night. Line 11. A eat 11, eat o less is i.e., to napasses, to make a hole, hence to plunge in connection with a weapon. Sabari is, of course, not mountain goats, as Langdon renders, but a biform to sibaru, stick, and designates some special weapon. Since on seal cylinders depicting Enkidu killing lions and other animals, the hero is armed with a dagger, this is presumably the weapon sibaru. Line 113. Langdon's translation is again out of the question and purely fanciful. The traces favor the restoration, naki depaj, shepherds, and since the line appears to be a parallel to line 1110, I venture to suggest at the beginning ettj lu from na'alu, lie down, a synonym, therefore, to sakapu in line 1110. The shepherds can sleep quietly after Enkidu has become the guardian of the flocks. In the Assyrian version, tablet E, 3a, for Enkidu is called a na-kidu, is called a na-kid, shepherd, and in the preceding line, we likewise have lu-na, kid with the plural sign, iet, shepherds. This would point to Nakidu being a Sumerian loanword, unless it is vice versa, a word that has gone over into the Sumerian from Akkadian. Is perhaps the fragment in question, K8574 in the Assyrian version, Haups ed. No. 25. The parallel to our passage. If in line 4 of this fragment we could read Si7 Bds, Asiee, and naked, Sunu, their shepherd, we would have a parallel to line 114 of the Pennsylvania tablet, with naked as a synonym to Masaru, protector. The preceding line would then be completed as follows. I et, ci, lu, nim, ma, na, kid Mrs. Ra, bu, tum, or perhaps only it te, lu ma, since the neem is not certain and would correspond to line 11.3 of the Pennsylvania tablet. Inasmuch as the writing on the tiny fragment is very much blurred, it is quite possible that in line 2 we must read siba, ari, instead of barba, bri, instead of barbari, which would furnish a parallel to line 11 of the Pennsylvania tablet. The difference between bar and sieve is slight, and the one sign might easily be mistaken for the other in the case of close writing. The continuation of line 2 of the fragment would then correspond to line 112 of the Pennsylvania tablet, while line 1 of the fragment might be completed, already ut. Say mu, see a time, though this is by no means certain. The break at the close of column 3, about 5 lines, and the top of column 4, about 8 lines, is a most serious interruption in the narrative, and makes it difficult to pick up the thread where the tablet again becomes readable. We cannot be certain whether the strong man, the unique hero, who addresses someone, lines 115-117, is Enkidu, or Gish, or some other personage, but presumably Gish is meant. In the Assyrian version, tablet 4, 3, 2, and 29, we find Gilgamesh described as the unique hero, and in L. 234 of the Pennsylvania tablet Gish is called unique, while again, in the Assyrian version, tablet 1, 2, 15, and 26, he is designated as Gasru, as in our text. Assuming this, whom does he address? Perhaps the shepherds. In either case, he receives an answer that rejoices him. If the fragment of the Assyrian version, K81574 above discussed, is the equivalent to the close of column 3 of the Pennsylvania tablet, we may go one step further, and with some measure of assurance assume that Gish is told of Enkidu's exploits and that the latter is approaching Erech. This pleases Gish, but Enkidu, when he sees Gish, is stirred to anger and wants to annihilate him. At this point, the man, who is probably Gish, though the possibility of a third personage must be admitted, intervenes and in a long speech sets forth the destiny and higher aims of mankind. The contrast between Enkidu and Gish, or the third party, is that between the primitive savage and the civilized being. The contrast is put in the form of an opposition between the two. The primitive man is the stronger and wishes to destroy the one whom he regards as a natural foe and rival. On the other hand, the one who stands on a higher plane wants to lift his fellow up. The whole of column 4, therefore, forms part of the lesson attached to the story of Enkidu, who, identified with man in a primitive stage, is made the medium of illustrating how the higher plane is reached through the guiding influences of the woman's hold on man, an influence exercised, to be sure, with the help of her bodily charms. Line 135. Brens, imperative form. Imperative form does not mean take away, as Langdon, who entirely misses the point of the whole passage, renders, but on the contrary, lure him on, entrap him, and the like. The verb occurs also in the Yale tablet LLC3 and 83 and 86. Line 137. Langdon's note to Lewisou had better be passed over in silence. The form is e. 1. From easy, destroy. Line 139. Since the man whom the woman calls approaches Enkidu, the subject of both verbs is the man, and the object is Enkidu, i.e., therefore, the man approaches Enkidu and beholds him. Line 140. Langdon's interpretation of this line again is purely fanciful. I cannot, of course, be a phonetic variant of Edir, and certainly the line does not describe the state of mind of the woman. Lines 140-141 are to be taken as an expression of amazement at Enkidu's appearance. The first word appears to be an imperative in the sense of be off, away, from dalu, move, roam. The second word, essy, occurs with the same verb dalu in the Meissner fragment, tada, alza, tada al, o, talam, and why dost thou roam about? The verb at the end of the line may perhaps be completed to tahai illa aman. The last sign appears to be aman, but may be man, in which case we should have to complete simply tahai il man. Tahai would be the second person present of Helu. Cf. 3. Lines 21 and 33. Line 11. The reading ilmine and the beginning instead of Langdon's mina is quite certain, as is also mana tika, instead of what Langdon proposes, which gives no sense whatever. Manatu, in the sense of the toil and activity of life, like animal throughout the book of Ecclesiastes, occurs in the introductory lines to the Assyrian version of the epic I, 1:8 in America, 8 in America, 1:8 in America. All of his toil, i.e. all of his career. Line 112. The subject of the verb cannot be the woman, as Langdon supposes, for the text in that case, e.g. line 49, would have said, my sec, her mouth, my sec, whoa, her mouth, my sec, whoa, her mouth. To bisex parket his mouth, all times of debised mouth, when a six, adchie of debised my sex parkik, is mouth of the man who meets Enkidu. In the introduction, it has been pointed out that lines 149 and F1 of the speech appear to be due to later modifications of the speech designed to connect the episode with Gish. Assuming this to be the case, the speech sets forth the following 5 distinct aims of human life. A. 1. Establishing a home, line 144. 2. Work, line 147. To 3. Storing up resources, line 148. To 4. Marriage, line 148. 4. Marriage, line 44. 5. Monogamy, line 144. All of which is put down as established for all time by divine decree, lines 145, 40, 47, and as man spake from his birth, lines 148, 329. Line 140. HBID is EMUT is for BID sa AMUT. Just as Kabaluas Tiamati, Assyrian creation, myth Ivi, 65 stands for Kabalu Sa Tiamti. Cf. Tiamti, by BID, HBIDID, and IV, 2, 46 and 48. The end of the line is lost beyond recovery, but the general sense is clear. Line 146. At2arr is a possible reading. It may be the construct of to arru, of frequent occurrence in legal texts and having some such meaning as right, claim, or prerogative. See the passages given by Mus Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, B. 1139, B. Line 148. The reading yukla ata, food, and then in the wider sense, food supply, provisions, is quite certain. The fourth sign looks like the one for city. Imisai may stand for imidsa, may stand for imidsa, place it. The general sense of the line, at all events, is clear, as giving the advice to gather resources. It fits in with the Babylonian outlook on life to regard work and wealth as the fruits of work and as a proper purpose in life. Line 150 repeated lines, 152, 153, is a puzzling line. To render pt puke epsi or epici, as Langdon proposes, open, addressing thy speech, is philologically and in every other respect inadmissible. The word pu ukar, which Langdon takes for thy mouth, wydeen for entino, secretasian, can, of course, be nothing but the construct form of puku, which occurs in the Assyrian version in the sense of net, mine ip, 4e I2, 9 and 21, and also in the colophon to the 11th tablet furnishing the beginning of the 12th tablet, Haupt's edition, numberity. (56) as well as in column 229 and column 36 of this 12th tablet. In the two last named passages, puku is a synonym of mekek, which from the general meaning of enclosure comes to be a euphemistic expression for the female organ. So, for example, in the Assyrian creation myth, Tablet Iv, 66, synonym of kablu, waist, etc., see Homa, Namen der Körperteil, page 48. Our word puku ar must be taken in the same sense as a designation of the female organ, perhaps more specifically the hymen as the net, though the womb in general might also be designated as a net or enclosure. Kok, kak, arkukuku, arkaka, arku, for high p, is no doubt to be read epsi, as Langdon correctly saw, or perhaps better, apisi. An expression like ipsai su lola a Syrian version, I 4:13, also line 19, I pu is su ma lola aes, with the explanation siper zinisti, the work of woman, aes, after the fashion of woman, shows that EPC is used in connection with the sexual act. The phrase epiti puke, epici ana, ha'ari, literally open the net, perform the act for marriage, therefore designates the fulfillment of the marriage act, and the line is intended to point to marriage with the accompanying sexual intercourse as one of the duties of man. While the general meaning is thus clear, the introduction of gish is puzzling, except on the supposition that lines 149 and 151 represent later additions to connect the speech, detailing the advance to civilized life with the hero. See above. Line 154. A satsamatim is the legitimate wife, and the line inculcates monogamy as against promiscuous sexual intercourse. We know that monogamy was the rule in Babylonia, though a man could, in addition to the wife recognized as the legalized spouse, take a concubine, or his wife could give her husband a slave as a concubine. Even in that case, according to the Hammurabi Code, see Resort 25 to 145 to 146, the wife retained her status. The code throughout assumes that a man has only one wife, the asat simatim of our text. The phrase so, or that, before as afterwards, is to be taken as an idiomatic expression. So it was, and so it should be for all times. Somewhat like the phrase mariam verarchium, for all times, in legal documents. ISI, for all times, CTI, VI 38C, 20 23. For the use of marxi, see Barons, Assyrisch, Babylonisch Briefi, Fari. Line 58. Ina, btia bu na tia, bu na ta, c. Another puzzling line for which Langdon proposes in the work of his presence, which is as obscure as the original. In a note he says that apanati means nostrils, which is certainly wrong. There has been considerable discussion about this term, see Homa, Namen der Körperteil, pages 150 and 57, the meaning of which has been advanced by Christian's discussion in Ols 1 1914, Butts, B. 39-7. From this it appears that it must designate a part of the body which could acquire a wider significance, so as to be used as a synonym for totality, since it appears in a list of equivalent for dor map ha ru totality in ka lu ma al double un na tum a lu ma al a ba un na tum and in tum ec im tum bony structure and cool la tum totality cc 10 7-10. Christian shows that it may be the navel, which could well acquire a wider significance for the body in general, but we may go a step further and specify the umbilical cord, intentatively suggested also by Christian as the primary meaning, then the navel, and from this the body in general. The structure of the umbilical cord as a series of strands would account for designating it by a plural form, abanate, as also for the fact that one could speak of a right and left side of the apanate. To distinguish between the umbilical cord and the navel, the ideograph ger, the common meaning of which is rixa, bond, delitz, su, zoomer. Glosser, vils, zu, zoomer, spp and fiftieths was used for the former, while for the latter, leader was employed, though the reading in Akkadian in both cases was the same. The expression, with or at the cutting of his umbilical cord, would mean, therefore, from his birth, since the cutting of the cord which united the child with the mother marks the beginning of the separate life. Lines 158-159, therefore, in concluding the address to Enkidu, emphasize in a picturesque way that what has been set forth is man's fate, for which he has been destined from birth. All see now Albright's remarks on Abanachu in the Revue d'Assyriologie 16, pp. 73-75, with whose conclusion, however, that it means primarily backbone and then stature, I cannot agree. In the break of about 3 lines at the bottom of column 4 and of about 6 at the beginning of column 5, there must have been set forth the effect of the address on Enkidu and the indication of his readiness to accept the advice, as in a former passage, line 64, Enkidu showed himself willing to follow the woman. At all events, the two now proceed to the heart of the city. Enkidu is in front and the woman behind him. The scene up to this point must have taken place outside of Erech, in the suburbs or approaches to the city, where the meadows and the sheepfolds were situated. Line 174. Nu are not the artisans, as Langdon supposes, but the people, of Erech, just as in the Assyrian version, tablet Iv 140, where the word occurs in connection with I dip pi air, which is perhaps to be taken as a synonym of Phi-ru, gather, so also I dip pri tablet, Phi 2, 40 dip pri tablet, Vi 2, 40 dip. Lines 182-182 must have contained the description of Enkidu's resemblance to Gish, but the lines are too mutilated to permit of any certain restoration. See the corrections, appendix for a suggested reading for the end of line 81. Line 83 can be restored with considerable probability on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet 1, 3, 3, and 30, where Enkidu is described as one whose power is strong in the land. Lines 86-87. The puzzling word, to be read apparently, kek ki a tum, can hardly mean weapons as Langdon proposes. In that case we should expect 8 kekek, and, moreover, to so render gives no sense, especially since the verb aute alili, olistun, is without much question to be rendered rejoiced, and not purified. As kakiatum, if this be the correct reading, may be a designation of Erech-like ribatim. Lines 88-89 are again entirely misunderstood by Langdon, owing to erroneous readings. See the corrections in the appendix. Line 190. Ili ims in this line is used like Hebrew Elohim, God. Line 191, ss kishus, ss kishum, some, as correctly explained by Langdon. Line 192. With this line, a new episode begins which, owing to the gap at the beginning of column 6, is somewhat obscure. The episode leads to the hostile encounter between Gish and Enkidu. It is referred to in column 2 of the 4th tablet of the Assyrian version. Lines 35 and 50, all that is preserved of this column, form in part a parallel to columns 5 and 6 of the Pennsylvania tablet. but in much briefer form, since what on the Pennsylvania tablet is the incident itself is on the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, merely a repeated summary of the relationship between the two heroes. Leading up to the expedition against Huambaba, lines 38 to 40 of column 2 of the Assyrian version correspond to lines 174 to lines 84 to 177 of the Pennsylvania tablet, and lines 44-5 to 82-421. It would seem that Gish proceeds stealthily at night to go to the goddess Ishara, who lies on a couch in the Bedamuda, the family house, Assyrian version, tablet IV, 246-48. He encounters Enkidu in the street, and the latter blocks Gish's path, puts his foot in the gate leading to the house where the goddess is, and thus prevents Gish from entering. Thereupon, the two have a fierce encounter in which Gish is worsted. The meaning of the episode itself is not clear. Does Enkidu propose to deprive Gish, here viewed as a god, cf. Line 190 of the Pennsylvania tablet, Assyrian version, tablet 1, 45, like a god, of his spouse the goddess Ishara, another form of Ishtar? Or are the two heroes, the one a counterpart of the other, contesting for the possession of a goddess? Is it in this scene that Enkidu becomes the rival, maybe Eru, line 11 of the Pennsylvania tablet of the divine Gish? We must content ourselves with having obtained through the Pennsylvania tablet a clearer indication of the occasion of the fight between the two heroes, and leave the further explanation of the episode till a fortunate chance may throw additional light upon it. There is perhaps a reference to the episode in the Assyrian version, tablet I, 3b, 35-36. Line 1-6. For Ina Agsa Am from Nagasa, Langdon proposes the purely fanciful embracing her in sleep, whereas it clearly means he approaches. CFM. Mus Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, page 645a. Lines 197-200 appear to correspond to tablet IV, 235-7 of the Assyrian version, though not forming a complete parallel. We may therefore supply at the beginning of line 35 of the Assyrian version, Itaziz Ein, Enkidu, corresponding to line 197 of the Pennsylvania tablet. Line 36 of IV, 2, certainly appears to correspond to line 200, Don Nu, Id, Don, Nu, Tai, Ed, Don, Nun. Line 208. The first sign looks more like Sar, though Urs is possible. Line 211 is clearly a description of Enkidu, as is shown by a comparison with the Assyrian version, 1, 2, 37, per textai P, IK, or textai, IKPR, or textai, R textine, Naba Kima, dextai, or tine, per textine, Nadaba, the form of his hair sprouted like wheat. We must therefore supply Enkidu in the preceding line. Tablet IV, 4, 6 of the Assyrian version also contains a reference to the flowing hair of Enkidu. Line 212, for the completion of the line, cf. Harper, Assyrian, and Babylonian letters as the number 214. Line 214. For E. Regit, Matisi, see the note above, to line 28 of column 1. Lines 215-247 correspond almost entirely to the Assyrian version, IV 2, 46-48. The variations ki ibc in place of sepu, and kima lem, like oxen, instead of ina bob muti, repeated from line 46, one struction repeated from line 46 hour, and my fair, Rabim, are slight though interesting. The Assyrian version shows that the gate, in line 215, is the gate of the family house in which the goddess Ishara lies. Lines 2118-228. The detailed description of the fight between the two heroes is only partially preserved in the Assyrian version. Line 218. Lai im is evidently to be taken as plural here as in line 224, just as suki imi, lines 27 and money 5, Ribi team, lines 428, Ribi team, lines 428, etc., Ripia, asamimi, line 74, are plural forms. Our text furnishes, as does also the Yale tablet, an interesting illustration of the vacillation in the Hammurabi period in the twofold use of im, r as an indication of the plural, r as in Hebrew, and b as a mere emphatic ending, lines 63, 73, and 232, which becomes predominant in the post-Hammurabi age, Line 227. Gilgamesh is often represented on seal cylinders as kneeling, e.g., Ward seal cylinders, nose. 159, 60, 160, 65. Cf. Also Assyrian version, v. 3, 6, where Gilgamesh is described as kneeling, though here in prayer. See further the commentary to the Yale tablet, line 215. Line 229. We must of course read mix zaza, sa, his anger, and not us, saza, his javelin, as Langdon does, which gives no sense. Line 231. Langdon's note is erroneous, he again misses the point. The stem of the verb here, as in line 230 use ini I, is the common nahuvi, used so constantly in connection with pasahu to designate the cessation of anger. Line 234. Istenig applied to Gish designates him of course as unique, not as an ordinary man, as Langdon supposes. Line 236. On this title, Wild Cow of the Stall, for Ninsun, see Pobel in Oldsway, 1914, page 6, to whom we owe the correct view regarding the name of Gilgamesh's mother. Line 238. How Phi verse and mustakis here cannot mean husband, but man in general. See above note to line 17. Langdon's strange misreading Riaz as Zu for Riaz as K, thy head, leads him again to miss the point, namely, that Enkidu comforts his rival by telling him that he is destined for a career above that of the ordinary man. He is to be more than a mere prizefighter, he is to be a king, and no doubt in the ancient sense, as the representative of the deity. This is indicated by the statement that the kingship is decreed for him by Enlil. Similarly, Hor Perfect and Muchter teaches, or Redbist and Muchter teaches, is designated by Enlil to inspire terror among men. Assyrian version, Tablet Iv 5.2 and 5, or Perfect, I Sim Su, de Enlil teaches, our lover there teaches Zevin, where this is to be supplied. This position accorded to Enlil is an important index for the origin of the epic, which is thus shown to date from a period when the patron deity of Nippur was acknowledged as the general head of the pantheon. This justifies us in going back several centuries at least, before Hammurabi, for the beginning of the Gilgamesh story. If it had originated in the Hammurabi period, we should have had Marduk introduced instead of Enlil. Line 242. As has been pointed out in the corrections to the text, appendix, a text and appendix, su to can only be ei, 1, from ataru, to be in excess of. It is a pity that the balance of the line is broken off, since this is the first instance of a colophon beginning with the term in question. In some way, Sutsut must indicate that the copy of the text has been enlarged. It is tempting to fill out the line 1 su tu eili, 1 s su, 1 esentu, 1 a2 isnist, 1 esentu is neamer, enlarged from an original, as an indication of an independent recension of the epic in the Hammurabi period. All this, however, is purely conjectural, and we must patiently hope for more tablets of the Old Babylonian version to turn up. The chances are that some portions of the same edition as the Yale and Pennsylvania tablets are in the hands of dealers at present, or have been sold to European museums. The war has seriously interfered with the possibility of tracing the whereabouts of groups of tablets that ought never to have been separated. Yale tablet. Transliteration. About 10 lines missing. Call. I. UNWT 17 NWT 17 NW2 17 NMI 17 NMI 17 My and My Neem Ta'a 17 AMA and WTDTN 70H 17 17DTNAN 17 My 17 Sebel WT UR W Te Du W and Tane TDT IT 7T ID2 70 70 70 as 70 70 70 70 70 70 70s of 70 70s work 70s ala 70 70 70 17. About 17 lines missing. WAC NAC or NACU 7 Euracio 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 or MACO, 7 Euracio, 7 Euracio, 7 Euracio, Stio, Stior, Stio, Stio, Stiarcio, Stiar, Stio, Stiorna, Stiu, Iziar, Stiar, Stio, Stiar, Stio, Stu, Izia, Stiar, Stio, Stio, Stra, Stiar, Stra, Stio, 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 Stu. Call, i.e. About 11 lines missing. Dakimishi, Sao M particular C, if IWM particular C, CCM particular C, or M particular C, CBUM particular C, CC mis, IWCC mis, CCC, M particular C, CCC mis, DZs, or M pridm bar DZs, CZCM particular IW pillars, EZC M bar killer, or about 4 lines missing. Aina isa den ki du imla'a, di imtamil ilpu itli ibaat iba, izarbis di iba, izarbis dfr, asdani izar dfra, esda den ki du imla, adai min tamil ilpu it, li ifar, far is df. Sar, bar, li. Astani, istgs, s2 st ab stgs, stgs a car. STGs a car 18AD, duib, riames team inachika tam elpuis temus ilpuis zarbis tuis tiestan, azarbis tuis tiam esmes enagius ta emes azar, triam athenzigius ta emestiwen, dagieth, ipusa ma, iza kara na di za kara na di he do. About 4 lines missing. Col. TGTU, CU 0 RD TU 0 wa da P nu, C0 CU 0 C0 CU 0 RM R C0 CU 0 CU 0 C0 CU 0 CU C0 SIR R ANI TI BTT Zerani E0 C0 C0 SU Sunani is ATW SIR 4T0 SIR Wal 0 SIR. Uptisu, DENki, Dupisu, IPUC AMA, Izakar AMA, and Nadigisi IDMA, Ibri Ina, Sadi Gais, Numa at Talaku Itibu, Lim A Nais Deninkas, Gedida Ahan, and Nais Deninkas, Gedida Ahana Numa at Ki Is Damana, was in and testing. Uradu Analibi Sadi Huawar Rai Igma Su Abubu P. Is Sudi Bilgima na P is Su Mutum Aminim Ta'a, CEIN Ania MEPI, Sa'amga, Ba'ala, Maha Rs Alba, C2Wawa, Wadigis Pia, Ba'ed Dihuwawa, C22Wawa, CTTS Alma, ADTN in, C22, Kia CTN, NTPCCC. NTPCCC, CCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC su 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 sis e c c c f stairs 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 y t t c stairs 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 y t t stairs 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 a na ki is tai is arani na si is arani na si is arazari riches digis muck tablu da'an lasarle or na shu wawa wa dpe riches are as diarazina sua tapiar siri wamine sua suar suri sirini as siri siri sirini suar siro siri zirini as ziri sir sirini as tapiar siri siri su stuas sua siriar siri zirini kol ive iv ive or ss sumsu ol lu more ki is t sizarini pool ol he a time 7 esu isim su esm su itibama itibai samastari is unmi a wilu tambaba manu o file ma anu sama ma imasait naipuu saru ba ata annanu amma tadar mutam ul is asudana nukara ditikalu u is asudana pahani kapaika luul ina pahani kapaika li il Its kuat is tuiwa al dam, ma tarbia and asam mua, is, hill, its kema, labu kalama, tdi it, qs and its pusil, puis and its pusil, surmer, its puesens puesis puesens, surmers and its puis and its puis and sis puis and puisi, cpyc, yes, and this buesthisias, cpycs, thero, weird qas theras and tens puis. Tasa, psi a, m2 lim mi in li eb, bigati, lu psi psi ri ba am, izirni, sar, ma, psi, tar, ru, ra, na, ku, luus, tar, a, na, ku, lu, hus, ta, as, and a by, na, for, tu, wa, an. Ibe ri anaki, is katim lumu, habe le li is, puku inama, rini putu, ku na ki I, imati, u imu, huwa as, buus, tada nu, ummi, anu paesias pu. Forku ra, butim, haas sini, re biltu, ta'a an is, tapku pa at, re is puku ra, for, pa at re, 30 mana ta'a. An harasi digus is digus a en siaknu tibalta a en siaknu tia ta'ul is digus bal falls to balsia. Is my ma amana ibal, is my ma amana ibaira is digus as vals ki balls toxia urakibri by time, as digus is various or gbi by time vario circi, sigus osterga. My name is Embrafis and my xrs Embrafis are arsu, while leve pursuit of ocean. Call, DGs, Saiga, Aboy, Lu, Mu, Sasu, Amsu eat, Tanam, Malamata, Tum, Lu, Sasue, Boy, Su, Maina, Ki, is Ti Sirini, Kimada, Ananu, Piarhu, Sa Uruki Lues, as mi matam ga ti lu us ku unma, Lues, ku unmala, ux su kafor, su ma isirini, su masata, rue, naku, Lues, talk. Cia riti ma digis libika, nasika mi ima, satete te, ni pusu, la tedi, ni si imme, madi huwa, wasanu, bunusu, maanu, ustame, haruka, sana is tame haruka, ki su anna is denyang kaz gidi, ta'a, enuma, at kisti ma'ana, sajoradu ana, libisaju hua, yagmas. And inni ame pi saga ba al la maha, su pa atehuwa wa is, me ima, degi si ziki irma, liki su ipipa al, sa ama isi ia, and aep risu ina inna, ipri su ina, and ina ibri rai ki im, aga ab, b by il, a asu tubai, at4, a asu chimai, atcc warni, goal, locket, iwarni, inakisisi shir. About 5 lines missing. IDOTA 70U SIPS NC 70U SIP SEP SEP 70O. IDOTU is 70O 70O. IDOTO 70O 70O. 70O TU 70O 70OT 70O 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 first 70O 70O 7 time ali s 70O 70O 7tar 7os nna car 70O the L 17 70O RDS 17 Awa at iga abi b or at iga Allah ak di samas qatar ska sabat Allah nu lu us lima napiis or ara an and iana kar ina aruki il la and suka un aranai arakus isima dgsib is the zeno t rt tasi edttu free. About 2 lines missing. Kol vi a na qd guys is ai KD ma, tum sir race and AGC, sirena, say la al 4, sirena sa la al, sirena, sire, hier rain, sire la, siro, sire diu, ID, yul, la nulu, isli riu, azire, owel, yul, su, du, inhuo, miniu, iriu is zupir, circo, forsir, parmenas, and sir. CTIR ru ra, tum ka as tumik, IR, CPR. Tum, IR, TRR, TPR is Qnu ERR, Ri is TPR, to CRR is Pa as Cedar, is RO, TRO, not as RO, 14, Eli, San, Nitim Atiti Par, 2, Zar, R, Zar, Azal, CRO, Zar O, Sinai, Izar L, CRO, Bol. I Ipepu Isu A La Com, Sinese Ugara, Bu Digara, Bu Digara Bu Tiir, A Na Libi, Uruki, Sibu, Tum, Ikara, Bu, Su Ana, Harani, Imaliku, Digairis Ana, Arani, Imaliku, Digais A Nai, Imayu, Ku, Kafara, Asara, Mayu, Surama, and Kafara, De Ti, Y, Fu, U, Alik, Di, Sa, Y, Ju, Y, Phi, ERS as two differ way, RS as two sa, Alik Mara, Tapaa, US as a, Alim Hirana, Na SS, Wara, Ma SS, Rama, Na Ka Eli Sakasas, Kair RSS, Ta Asamas Ta, Tes, SS, Ikali Katli Iptiku, Pa, Da'anem, Pi, Itam, Haranali is Tazi, Ikath, Azezist Kasez da, Dilugal Ban, Ali Ease, Izzy Ease, Ka'i, and the Earni T, Ka, Kama, Cei, Re'ir, Irni Ta Kama, Lusmida, Di, Nanari, Sadia, Wawa, Satusa, Maru, Mizisipi Ka. Ainabatba, Sika, Sipika, Fribuur, Tamlu, Ka'a, Fim, and the Nadika, Siutime, Thean Nadi. Aisa, Akar Ana Digais, is Ice 2 to Astan, Nu Ipu As Ala Kam, La Pala, Ala Kam, La Pala, Al Libika, Aat, Tu Uk, Lana, Su, Tu Un Ada, Am Su, Pa, Asu, Harana, Su, Fur, Sa, Tu, Wawa Ita, Laku, Tu, Wawa It, Tar, Su, First, Tu, Des Da, Ma, Ziu, Chu, Gri, At, 8, Dao. 3 lines missing. Also, and try enemy. LE, and the most endriamate. WWCWCWCWCWCWCWCWCWC, Y ILI CWCWC, CWCWCWCWCWCWCWC, there ECWCWCWC, there EC, there ECWC, there W's, either either, Alisi Digavi 2 LP Dopperi, 1 2 LP 2 LP Dopperi Su 2 Wemps. Translation. About 10 lines missing. Call. I find myself, 10 dower CD, 1 time bar CDT, 1 time bar CDT, and die CD. It's die my friend, why dost thou desire to do this? Kime, bars thime, something, mine die. One dost thou desire time, mine dost thou desire to go down to the forest. Why dost thou desire to go down to the forest? A message they carried about. They made a die dime CTT, and thy CTC, a 2 inchu CCC, inchu CCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC About 17 lines missing. WT to S7S. IWT22, WT, S7S, 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 S7S is Zevernost. YWTO, S7S, S7Nos, RS, Sevenos, Severnos, Servanos. WTTO, S7Nos, Servanos, Canester is Zevernos proceeds to the overthrowing. Call, E.I. About 11 lines missing. Did you see? Phi Menabalu, Archie Bailu Tapu si Deju si C2 si Deju si. One who is a rival to him subdue and Deju si Deju, Phi Menabalu CT Deju. Wailing Deju si CT2 si Deju. Who knows everything, before Shamash raised her hand, who now, why, hast thou stirred up the heart for my son, our rest? About 4 lines missing. The eyes of Enkidu filled with tears. He clutched his heart, sadly, Hi sadly, he sighed, the eyes of Enkidu filled with tears. He clutched his heart, sadly, hi sadly, hi sadly, hi sadly, hi sighed. The face of Gish was grieved. Hi spoke to Enkidu, my friend, why are thy eyes filled with tears? Thy heart clutched, dost thou sigh, sadly? Hi said. Enkidu opened his mouth and spoke to Gish. Attacks, my friend, have exhausted my strength. Eni, my arms are lame, my strength has become weak. Gish opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. About 4 lines missing. Col, I. 2 OTUs until Huwawa, the terrible, WCWC, OTCUCWC, ICCUs, CWCCCCCT, WCCs, ICCs. I destroyed, I will go down to the WCC Dar Forest, XDCCs, INCCCs, FCs, C things, seen things, stain, saints, fin, C feels, FC fin, C sin, simterrain, hi, C fin, safe sin, C feels, why open it, C. Enkidu opened his mouth and spoke to Gish. No, my friend, in the mountain, when I moved about with the cattle to a distance of 1 double hour into the heart of the forest, alone, I penetrated within it. Tohawawa, whose roar is a flood, whose mouth is fire, whose breath is death. Why dost thou desire to do this? To advance towards the dwelling of Huwawa? Gish opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu, the cavering, I will destroy in the forest, DNAC, to all I will destroy ain't thirsties. Enkidu opened his mouth and spoke to Gish. When together, we go down to the cedar forest, whose guardian, O warrior Gish, a power, without rest, when out, rest, Huwawa, an offspring of 22 creatures 8, 82 pients, wens to Kiji, I, 82 pients, 82 pients, 4 DTVR creatures in 90, 4 TBNs, ATT2 BR creatures. Call, Iv. To keep safe the cedar forest, Enlil has decreed for it, 7-fold terror. Gorching Etskitch opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. Whoever, my friend, overcomes, Okanis, fish, Warching Etskitch, and the Starich, for Tim, it is well for him, with Shamash for the length of his days, mankind will speak of it at the gates, and, Hru in Biggery. Wherever terror is to be faced, thou, forsooth, art in fear of death. Thy prowess lacks strength, I will go before thee. Though thy mouth calls to me, thou art afraid to approach. If I fall, I will establish my name. Gish, the corpse of Huwawa, the terrible one, has snatched SS as a Puwawa, the terrible one, set a pass SS as a passes as a passes. I see 2 the lion restrained, thee, all of which thou knowest, C 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2, C 2 2 2 2 2, CT 2 2 2 2 2, thee and ETT 2, AT 2 2, 4 4 2 2 2 2, 4, or E, and TT2, 4 TTT, and the TT2, or I am determined to interdurales and the UT'd C2 toe. My friend, to the artisans I will entrust. Weapons, let them mold before us. The work, to the artisans they entrusted. A dwelling, they assigned to the workmen. Hatchets the masters molded. Axes of 3 talents, each they molded. Lances the masters molded. Blades, of 2 talents each. A spear of 30 mina each attached to them. The hilt of the lances of 30 mina in gold. Gish and Enkidu were equipped with 10 talents each, and the Merrick 7 Zaunini. In Eric 7, it's Downinini. The people heard, and the Merrick Zauninini time proclaimed, Weech Zauninini, proclaimed in the street of Eric of the plazas. Eninini. In the street of Brick, Eninini street, of Eric of the plazas, Enkidu sat before him. That's he checks thus, that's he checks thus, and epsex, that's he checks thus, that's he checks thus. E checks thus, checks that's we you, in fact, commadu. Call, v, y and aver to everywhere in after d. Gish of whom they speak, let me see, whose name fills the lands. I will lure him to the cedar forest, like a strong offspring of Eric. I will let the land hear that I am determined to lure him in the cedar forest. Fine 5-5, a name I will establish. The elders of Eric of the plazas brought word to Gish Thou art young, O Gish, and thy heart carries thee away. Thou dost not know what thou proposest to do. We hear that Huwawa is enraged, who has ever opposed his weapon, to one double hours in the heart of the forest, who has ever penetrated into it. Huwawa, whose roar is a deluge, whose mouth is fire, whose breath is death. Why dost thou desire to do this, to advance towards the dwelling of Huwawa? Wish heard the report of his counselors. He saw and cried out to his friend, Now, my friend, thus I speak. I will go with thee to the cedar forest. About 5 lines missing. ID to NPS Demio CCCCC NPS Demio CCCCCCCCCC NPS CCCCCCCCCC Thy God may NPS ITCCCCCCC On the road may he guide thee in safety CC's Demius TCC's Demiel down before Shamash A word then he spoke to him I will go O Shamash and ITC's Demius When I shall have saved my life bring me back to the rampart in Eric Grant protection to me, EGA, Krish cried, my friend WCA, Key, is Oracle, EGACACA, Key, CACACACA, ACCCCACACCA, CCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC i.e., well, is a safe, is a bad, and ester, and esteration too important to be, of, across interdictions, to be important to be 6, and esterations, I.A., garish, the strong one, of the land, money of XP, c, a road which I have never trodden, EGSPZ, CCCPZ, of XPXPZ, do not night, money, SPZ, 1, money, 1. When I shall have succeeded, I will praise thee in the joy of my heart, I will extol, money SPX, 1 8t nights PI, 8 PZ. The masters brought the weapons, N, all imbers, or 4 times and expore times and women's, they before and quiver they placed in hand. He took the hatchet, ABCT, or 4 times I'm, arrow, women's is quiver, women's imes, a second time with his lance in his girdle, women's imes, arms imes, tcr imes. They took the road, again they approached Gish, how long till thou returnest to Erech? Again the elders approached him. For the road they counselled Gis, do not rely, O Gish, on thy strength. Provide food and save thyself. Let Enkidu go before thee. He is acquainted with the way, he has trodden the road to the entrance of the forest. Of Huawa, all of them his and some Moraine. He who goes in advance will save the companion, provide for his road and save thyself. May Shamash carry out thy endeavor. May he make thy eyes see the prophecy of thy mouth. May he track out for thee the closed path. May he level the road for thy treading. May he level the mountain for thy foot. During thy night 76 as the word that wilt rejoice may Lugal, bend a convey and stand by thee in thy endeavor. Like a youth may he establish thy endeavor. In the river of Huawa as thou plannest, wash thy feet. Round about thee dig a well. May there be pure water constantly for thy libation. Goblets of water pour out to Shamash. May Lugal, Banda take note of it. Enkidu opened his mouth and spoke to Gish, since thou art resolved to take the road, thy heart be not afraid, trust to me, confide, to my hand his dwelling, Farwa. 1 Enkidu, Farwa wa, they proceeded, Farwa, 1 Enkidu, Farwa, Viritin, Farwa, Sarai, Farwan, Thara, opened his mouth. 3 lines missing. LE. WC, ID2UC, C2, C2UCC were filled. ID2UC2, C22, C2, 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 W, C2, C2, it's CTT, TT, TT2, CT2, CTI, and CT2, CT. Also Ovid, it D223 same varying, the road, use, he 7 time. 1 RU protein and 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 times so in times 7 time. Lines 13-14, also line 16, see for the restoration, lines 114-13. Line 62, For the restoration, see Jensen, P146, Tablet EI, 2A9. Line 64-66. Restored on the basis of the Assyrian version, EBU, line 10. Line 10. Line 72. CF, Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 410 and restore at the end of this line, DM tam, as in our text, instead of Jensen's conjecture. Line 74, 77 and 83. The restoration Zar bis suggested by the Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 4-4. Line 76 and 82, CF, Assyrian version, Tablet VI, 3-18. Line 78, Star K, or Abi B, from Abalu, grieve or darkened, Star K, Assyrian version, IB. Line 9, where perhaps we are to restore Itake bil Pani Sar. Line 87, Us Tali Pa from Elipu, exhaust. See Mus Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, P49a. Line 89, CF, Assyrian version, IB, line 11 and restore the end of the line there to Ini EI, IS as in our text. Line 96, for Dapanu as an epithet of Huwawa, see Assyrian version, Tablet EE, 2a, 17 and 3a, 4. 12. Dapanu occurs also as a description of an ox, RM, 618, Basold. Et Stay 8, Catalog of the Kuyunjik tablets, etc., 4, Force Time. Line 98, the restoration on the basis of E, CEI, 2A, 18. Lines 96-98 may possibly form a parallel to ABA, lines 17-18, which would then read about as follows, until I overcome Huwawa, the terrible, and all the evil in the land I shall have destroyed. At the same time, it is possible that we are to restore Ulu Ili Ik at the end of line 98. Line 101, Lealisser, occurs in the Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 636. Line 100, for Hubus, jungle, see Assyrian version, Tablet V, 339 pp Sards, 60s. Lines 109 in 1111. These lines enable us properly to restore Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 5-3 Awep sedition, P83, Kol, 5-3, no doubt the text read as Arazmutum or Mu-U-Tum, A2 ET. Line 15 time, Supachu, which occurs again in line 199 and also line 275. Supaaz, Supat, Supatsu must have some such meaning as dwelling, demanded by the context. Dorm refers me to Oldsie 11916, p. 145. Line 129, restored on the basis of the Assyrian version, Tablet I5, 638. Line 131, the restoration Muktablu, tentatively suggested on the basis of CTXVI 30, 7b, where Muktablu, warrior, appears as one of the designations of Gilgamesh, followed by a like Pa-na, the one who goes in advance, or leader. The phrase so constantly used in the Hawawa episode. Line 132, CF, Assyrian version, Tablet 1, 5, 1819. Lines A36 and 137. These two lines restored on the basis of Jensen IV, 5, 2 and 5. The variant in the Assyrian version, Sani Siri, written Ukums in one case and Looms in the other, for the numeral 7 in our text to designate a terror of the largest and most widespread character, is interesting. The number 7 is similarly used as a designation of Gilgamesh, who is called Isiga Imin, sevenfold strong, i.e., supremely strong, CTXVI 30, 6 ITI. Similarly, Enkidu, Ieb, that against XVI, line 10, is designated Adr Ra Iminai, sevenfold. Line 149, a difficult line because of the uncertainty of the reading at the beginning of the following line. The most obvious meaning of Emiat-2 is corpse, though in the Assyrian version, Salam-2 is used Assyrian version, Tablet V2, 42. On the other hand, it is possible. Lutz suggested to me that Mitu, despite the manner of writing, is identical with Mitu, the name of a divine weapon, well known from the Assyrian creation myth, Tablet IV, 130, and other passages. 3, 31, 32, would favor the meaning weapon in our passage, since Sa'asaku 2 is a possible restoration at the beginning of line 150. However, the writing Miati points distinctly to a derivative of the stem matu, and until a satisfactory explanation of lines 150 to 5T2 is forthcoming, we must stick to the meaning corpse and read the verb il, or qut. Line 5-2. The context suggests lion for the puzzling la bu and the bo. Line 156, another puzzling line. Dr. Clay's copy is an accurate reproduction of what is distinguishable. At the close of the line, there appears to be a sign written over an erasure. Line 158. Arga xc, lu, oof, lu, oof, o, wis, and in all in 86, literally, I will place my hand, i.e., I purpose, I am determined. Line 60. The restoration on the basis of the parallel line 87. Note the interesting phrase, writing a name, in the sense of acquiring fame. Line 160. The kiskata, artisans, are introduced also in the Assyrian version, tablet V, 87, to look at the enormous size and weight of the horns of the slain divine bull. See for other passages, Mus Arnold Assyrian Dictionary, P450b. At the beginning of this line, we must seek for the same word as in line 163. Line 162. While the restoration bell in 1, Weben, is purely conjectural, the context clearly demands some such word. I choose bell linen, in preference to kakaki, in view of the Assyrian version, tablet Vi, 1. Line 163. Putuku or mputuku m or putuku would be an appropriate word for the fabrication of weapons. Line 14. 11450, Archines in Steveny, 187 I take as the master mechanics, as contrasted with the Umyanu, common workman or journeyman. A parallel to this forging of the weapons for the two heroes is to be found in the Sumerian fragment of the Gilgamesh epic, published by Langdon, Historical and Religious Texts, from the Temple Library of Nippur-e, Munich, 1914, number 55, 1-15. Lines 168 to 17 describe the forging of the various parts of the lances for the two heroes. The Sipru is the spear point, Mus Arnold, Assyrian Dictionary, P. 886b, the EI6 CBZ. The EI6b is clearly the hilt, and the mesoletum I therefore take as the blade. Proper. For 30 minas, see Assyrian version, tablet V, R89, as the weight of the two horns of the divine bull, each axe weighing 3 biltu, and the lance with point and hilt 3 biltu we would have to assume 4 biltu didas for each pasu, so as to get a total of 10 biltudas as the weight of the weapons for each hero. The lance is depicted on seal cylinders, representing Gilgamesh and Enkidu, for example, Ward, seal cylinders, number 199, and also in nose 184 and 184 in the field, with the broad hilt and in an enlarged form in number 648. Note the clear indication of the hilt. The two figures are Gilgamesh and Enkidu, not two Gilgameshes as Ward assumed. See above, page 34. A different weapon is the club or mace as seen in Ward Nose, 170 and 173. This appears also to be the weapon which Gilgamesh holds in his hand on the colossal figure from the palace of Sargon Jostro, civilization of Babylonia and Assyria, PLO. Levi, though it has been given a somewhat grotesque character by a perhaps intentional approach to the scimitar, associated with Marduk, see Ward, seal cylinders, chap, CBI. The exact determination of the various weapons depicted on seal cylinders merits a special study. Line 181 begins a speech of Huwawa, extending to line 87, reported to Gish by the elders, line 88, 89, who add a further warning to the youthful and impetuous hero. Line 83, Susa, Sisa, also El Fur. 86, from Akasasa, drive on, or lure on, occurs on the Pennsylvania tablet. Line 135, Yukakisa, lure on, or entrap, which Langdon erroneously renders, take away, and thereby misses the point completely. See the comment to the line of the Pennsylvania tablet in question. Line 1 sign, On the phrase Sengi Bunyu, change of countenance, in the sense of enraged, see the note to the Pennsylvania tablet, L31. Line 11 Atta occurs in a tablet published by Meissner, Altbabel, private tract, number 100, with Berabi, which shows that the total confine of a property is meant, here, therefore, the interior of the forest or heart. It is hardly a biform of nuptum, as Mus Arnault's Assyrian Dictionary, PB by 690b, and others have supposed, though nuum tum in one passage quoted by Mus Arnault, Ib, Mus EB, or SP 705, abia, may have arisen from an aspirate pronunciation of the pia in nubtum. Line 25. The kneeling attitude of prayer is an interesting touch. It symbolizes submission, as is shown by the description of Gilgamesh's defeat in the encounter with Enkidu, Pennsylvania tablet, L227, where Gilgamesh is represented as forced to kneel to the ground. Again in the Assyrian version, tablet Vive, 4, 6, Gilgamesh kneels down, though the reading, Kamis, is not certain and has a vision. Line 229. It is much to be regretted that this line is so badly preserved, for it would have enabled us definitely to restore the opening line of the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh epic. The fragment published by Jeremias in his appendix to his Izdubar Nimrod, Plate Ive, gives us the end of the colophon line to the epic, reading 12910 Dai ma, al ti dai ma ah, dai ma ah, dai ma ah, dai ma, r, 5, thi. Our text evidently reproduces the same phrase and enables us to supply ka, as well as the name of the hero Gish, of which there are distinct traces. The missing word, therefore, describes the hero as the ruler or controller of the land. But what are the two signs before ka? A participial form from pipakdu, which one naturally thinks of, is impossible because of the eka, and for the same reason one cannot supply the word for shepherd, nakidu. One might think of kak-ak, ak-tu, except that kakadu is not used for head, in the sense of chief, of the land. I venture to restore siei, sangwon. Our text at all events disposes of Haupt's conjecture is di ma-a ti, all san, or tiasti far dor di, far dor dine, far dord, sans asai, tu, far dord, thar dor di. AIS, as also of Umnan's proposed ad dari pi, to the ends, far dord, bar dor, far dord, thard, lung, thardord. The first line of the Assyrian version would now read, Hs nak, ba imo ru de jiskis, and mas ichs kati, and mas ichs di ma ati, i.e., the one who saw everything, Gilgamesh the strong one, of the land. We may at all events be quite certain that the name of the hero occurred in the first line and that he was described by some epithet indicating his superior position. Lines 229-235 are again an address of Gilgamesh to the sun god after having received a favorable oracle from the god, line 222. The hero promises to honor and to celebrate the god by erecting thrones for him. Lines 237-244 describe the arming of the hero by the master, craftsman. In addition to the apasu and patru, the bow, or and quiver are given to him. Line 249 is paralleled in the new fragment of the Assyrian version published by King in Pisba in 1914, page 66, Madi 1, Soundy 7 Bays Dies Col. 1-2, except that this fragment adds Gimir to Emu Ki Ka. Lines 251-252 correspond to column 168 of King's fragment, with interesting variations, battle and fight, instead of way and road, which show that in the interval between the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version, the real reason why Enkidu should lead the way, namely, because he knows the country in which Huwawa dwells, lines 252-253, was supplemented by describing Enkidu also as being more experienced in battle than Gilgamesh. Line 254. I am unable to furnish a satisfactory rendering for this line, owing to the uncertainty of the word at the end. Can it be his household, from the stem which in Hebrew gives us Mesebaho family? Line 255 is paralleled by Col. 1-4 of King's new fragment. The episode of Gish and Enkidu proceeding to Ninsun, the mother of Gish, to obtain her counsel, which follows in King's Fragment, appears to have been omitted in the Old Babylonian version. Such an elaboration of the tale is exactly what we should expect as it passed down the ages. Line 257. Our text shows that Irnitu, lines 257, 264, 265, means primarily endeavor, and then success in one's endeavor or triumph. Lines 266-270 do not appear to refer to rites performed after a victory, as might at a first glance appear, but merely voice the hope that Gish will completely take possession of Huwawa's territory, so as to wash up after the fight in Huwawa's own stream. And the hope is also expressed that he may find pure water in Huwawa's land in abundance, to offer a libation to Shamash. Line 275. On Supah as Supot, see above, 2L115. Note on Sabatim above, P or Sebanin. In a communication before the Oriental Club of Philadelphia, Feb. 10, 1920, Profmate made the suggestion that Subidabal or 2, or Tubidabal, or Subidabal, or R2, Hortid, hitherto regarded as a proper name, is an epithet describing the woman who dwells at the seashore which Gilgamesh in the course of his wanderings reaches as an innkeeper. It is noticeable that the term always appears without the determinative placed before proper names, and since in the Old Babylonian version, so far as preserved, and in the Assyrian version, the determinative is invariably used, its consistent absence in the case of Sabatim, Assyrian version, Tablet X, 111-1015, 20. 2. 15-116 Sexa, 1 Stir Fragment Cole, 2. 11-12, speaks in favor of Professor Haupt's suggestion. The meaning innkeeper, while not as yet found in Babylonian Assyrian literature, is most plausible, since we have sabu as a general name for drinks, though originally designating perhaps more specifically sesame wine, mus arnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, p. 745 bents, or distilled brandy, according to Prof. Similarly, in the Aramaic dialects, seba is used for to drink, and in the Payel to furnish drink. Mus Arnalt in his Assyrian Dictionary, 746b, has also recognized that Sabatam was originally an epithet and compares the Aramaic Seba Hoyatha, point maidas, a boy, barmaids. In view of the bad reputation of inns in ancient Babylonia as brothels, it would be natural for an epithet like Sabatum to become the equivalent to public, women, just as the inn was a public house. Sabatum would, therefore, have the same force as Sasamhatu, the harlot, used in the Gilgamesh epic by the side of Harimtu, a woman. Woman, see the note to line 46 of Pennsylvania Tablet. The Sumerian term for the female innkeeper is Salgastina, the woman of the wine, known to us from the Hammurabi Code, Seblanate and Das of 1. The bad reputation of inns is confirmed by these statutes, for the house of the Salgastina is a gathering place for outlaws. The punishment of a female devotee who enters the house of a winewoman, Ebe Salgastina 2L10, is death. It was not prohibition that prompted so severe a punishment, but the recognition of the purpose for which a devotee would enter such a house of ill repute. The speech of the Sabatum, or innkeeper to Gilgamesh above, P112, was therefore an invitation to stay with her, instead of seeking for life elsewhere. Viewed as coming from a public woman, the address becomes significant. The invitation would be parallel to the temptation offered by the Harimtu in the first tablet of the Enkidu, and to which Enkidu succumbs. The incident in the tablet would, therefore, form a parallel in the adventures of Gilgamesh to the one that originally belonged to the Enkidu cycle. Finally, it is quite possible that Sabitum is actually the Akkadian equivalent of the Sumerian Salgastina, though naturally, until this equation is confirmed by a syllabary or by other direct evidence, it remains a conjecture. See now also Albright's remarks on Sabitum in the AJS L. 36 pp. 26-9, 5, Susi. 5. Corrections to the text of Langdon's edition of the Pennsylvania Tablet, 16-7, 16s. Column 1. 5. read idit lu time, heros, instead of idit time, omens, omens, omens. Wind hour. 6. Read kaka buzz instead of ar kaka, an. This disposes of Langdon's note 2 on P211. 9. Read eu, nea is suma, I became weak, from na suti, weak instead of elam is sudiem, he bore a net. He bore a net. 5 on page 211. On page 211, ask kabiem. All. 10. Read aruki instead of adki. Langdon's note 7 is wrong. 12. Langdon's note 8 is wrong. Surum, one people t does not mean he attained my front. 14. Read ababa la, esss instead of atba, esss, su. 15. Read ma, d, instead of ma, u, da, 20. Read tahadu instead of an impossible sa ahata. 2 mistakes in one word. Supply kaimasal before tahadu. 22. Read as su instead of su, and at the end of the line, read a2e, su ss instead of su e, instead of su ss, su. 23. Read tatar, ra, as su. 24. Read use is and tnm instead of ia is tlm, instead of ia is tlm. 28. Read at the beginning sa instead of ina. 29. Langdon's text and transliteration of the first word do not tally. Read ha as sinu, just as in line 31. 32. Read atadu, I rejoiced instead of atata. Column 2. 4. Read at the end of the line didasa, iepti instead of didai, ieti, al lu, unlibas, one strengths, quitting form unrespect card day. 5. Supply da en ki do at the beginning. Traces point to this reading. 19. Read our g idma, lu after dg, after dgs, as suggested by the Assyrian version, tablet 1-438, where emerku strength replaces emashiza of our text. 20. Read atata, kaima, sel, taha, bu, abu, abba, suz. 21. Read ww, ra, am, su, kima. 23. Read as one word, may a agri ei, imsiridst, spelled in characteristic Hammurabi fashion, instead of dividing into 2 words, may I and re ei, im, as Langdon does, who suggests as a translation, unto the place yonder, or, of the shepherd. 24. Read im tahar instead of im tagar. 32. Supply ili, after kima. 33. Read sreem as one word. 35. Read ina, ssszed d5sssssz, huru. 36. Traces at beginning point to either 5 or chi find its, itenity, or chiaphimes. Restoration of lines 36-39 perhaps to be distributed into 5 lines on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet 1, 5, 4225. Column 3. 14. Read kas karam, wine, 6 it, drink, as in line 17, instead of id is tid, which leads Langdon to render this perfectly simple line, of the conditions and the fate of the land. 21. Read iditamru instead of iditabiru. 22. Supply else su stock, or jeans. 29. Read usgiri usitri, rrrrri, attack instead of separating into usg and usitriari as Langdon does, who translates and the lion. The sign used can never stand for the copula, nor is giru, lion. 30. Read semesses, shepherds, instead of sab sesa, ses. 31. Isibarai is not mountain goat, nor can uttop, Pisci is mean capture. The first word means dagger, and the second he drew out. 33. Read idit tta, lu, na ki, def, instead of idi imernaki, which yields no sense. Langdon's rendering, even on the basis of his reading of the line, is a grammatical monstrosity. 35. Read Jesus instead of way. 37. Read perhaps aa na td, idd, idde, idd, zaak ki I. Column 4. 4. The first sign is clearly ats, not atia, as Langdon has it in Note 1 on page 216. 9. The fourth sign is ss, not sus, not sus. 10. Separate e as is way, y, from the following. Read e ta hi il ss is divu, followed, perhaps, by la. The last sign is not certain, it may be ma. 11. Read lim nu w instead of mi nu. In the same line, read ala ku, ma na a, ti ka, instead of ala ku, zabel, na a. RSN, which, naturally, Langdon cannot translate. 16. Read e lu time instead of pa, ta, te team, cai. The first sign of the line eta-tai is not certain because apparently written over an erasure. The second sign may be ai. Someone has scratched the tablet at this point. 18. Read ukla ad ali smaim instead of u ad adadliu, which gives no possible sense. Column 5. Unfivery cells and mice of the fact of the USL. 7. Read as sa to e wall r key. 8. Read I-tawa instead of I-tami a. The word piatami belongs to line 9. The sign pia is unmistakable. This disposes of Note 1 on p. 9. Read mi eg salmu, image. This disposes of Langdon's Note 2 on page 218. Of 6 notes on this page, 4 are wrong. 11. The first sign appears to be sig and the second ma. At the end, we are perhaps to supply sa ki e for us, sa ki e pour uk, ku uls, on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet Ive, 245, sa ki e pour uk, dig, sa ki I for us, sangs, or us are, 1. Also occurs for san the monde. 12. Traces at end of line suggest ipa, a d, ite, maybe c. 13. Read I-E-I-N-A mot, da an N-A ma, si, I-ba, ts, ka, I-wa. 18. Read sanu instead of ipsanu. 19. Read ifase, are us instead of ifis a to ru. 24. The reading it-td, after ddd, isddd, is suggested by the traces. 25. Read inni ebis ip at the end of the line, and the master of the line, or sixes as an aid of course, by tia. 28. Read igdiptara as aba as a lady a team, at the end of the line, as in the Assyrian version, tablet Ive, 237. 30. The conjectural restoration is based on the Assyrian version, tablet Ive, 236. Column 6. 3. Read ina siri azunda, servri azun. 5. Supply ilitli ei. 21. Langdon's text has a superfluous guy. 22. Read uz za su, his anger instead of uz sa su, his javelin, sa tha, first rain. 23. Read I ra as sevis i.e., his breast was quieted, in the sense of his anger was appeased. 4. 31. Read reask instead of reas suo. In general, it should be noted that the indications of the number of lines missing at the bottom of columns 1 to 3 and at the top of columns 4 to 6 as given by Langdon are misleading, nor should he have drawn any lines at the bottom of columns 1 to 3 as though the tablet were complete. Besides, in very many cases, the space indications of what is missing within a line are inaccurate. Dr. Langdon also omitted to copy the statement on the edge, for susus, i.e. 240 lines, and in the colophon he mistranslates s osu tuer, written, as though from Sataru, right, whereas the form is the permansive, eei, one, of ataru, to be in excess of. In all, Langdon has misread the text or mistransliterated it in over 40 places, and of the 24 preserved lines he has mistranslated about one half. Notes. C. For further details of this royal library, Jastrow, Civilization of Babylonia and Assyria, p21, cc key. Well PTDs, ATC de Babylonisch, well PT Nimrodepes, or 1884 to 1891, supplemented by Haupt's article Die Developite Tafel des Babylonischen in Nimrodepes in Memrodepes in Babylonischen in Baby Developite, 4/8-79, containing the fragments of the 12th tablet. The fragments of the epic in Ashurbanipal's library, some 60, represent portions of several copies. Sin like Hey Annini, perhaps from Eric, since this name appears as that of a family in tablets from Eric. Seclay, legal documents from Eric, Index P. 7310, is named in a list of texts, K. 9017 Eric's. Haupt's edition number 51, line 18, as the editor of the epic, though probably he was not the only compiler. Since the publication of Haupt's edition, a few fragments were added by him as an appendix to Alfred Jeremias Isdubar. Nimrod Brestosed Elzi, Leipzig, or 1891. Plates I-IV and two more are embodied in Jensen's transliteration of all the fragments in the Kalend Schriftliche, Bibliothek V, or 1800 in 16265, with elaborate notes 1626 IV, with elaborate notes 4T21. Furthermore, a fragment, obtained from supplementary excavations at Koyunjik, has been published by L.W. King in his S-supplement to the catalogue of the cuneiform tablets in the Koyunjik collection of the British cuneiform tablets in the Koyunjik collection of the British Museum No. 56 and Ps BD6, pointed 468, or turn 66, so see 468. Recently, a fragment of the 6th tablet from the excavations at Asher has been published by Ebeling, Keil Schrifttext aus Asher Religiösen Inhalts No. 115, and one may expect further portions to turn up. The designation Nimrod epic, on the supposition that the hero of the Babylonian epic is identical with Nimrod, the mighty hunter of Genesis 10, has now been generally abandoned, in the absence of any evidence that the Babylonian hero bore a name like Nimrod. For all that, the description of Nimrod as the mighty hunter, and the occurrence of a hunter in the Babylonian epic, Assyrian version, Tablet I, though he is not the hero, points to a confusion in the Hebrew form of the borrowed tradition between Gilgamesh and Nimrod. The latest French translation of the epic is by Dorme, Choix de textes religieux Assyro, Babyloniens Assyro, Babyloniens A7, pp. 107, pp. Onne 2, 325, the latest German translation by Onnad, Gressman, as Gilgamesh, Apas, as Gilgamesh, Mine, 1911, with a valuable analysis and discussion. These two translations now supersede Jensen's translation in the Keilenschriftliche Bibliothek, which, however, is still valuable because of the detailed notes, containing a wealth of lexicographical material. Ungnad also gave a partial translation in Gressman Ranki, Ealtorientalisch is Jensen, Icius Texte, and Bilder Reverse pp. First T9 filled. 61, 4, and mine filled. In English, we have translations of substantial portions by Mus Arnold in Harper's Assyrian and Babylonian Literature, New York, 1901, 2 pp. Or T24238, by Jastrow or T68. In Virati by Jastrow, Docu, A Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, Boston, 1898, chap. XXI by Clay in Light on the Old Testament from Babel, PPR. 78A4 by Rogers in cuneiform, Parallels to the Old Testament, pp. 8023, and most recently by Jastrow in Sacred Books and Early Literature of the East ESE. C.F. Horn, New York, 1917, Volume I, pp. 1 Goe, I, Volume Bear. 3. C. Luckenbill in Jauaus, Volume 37, p. 452 CQ, CQ. Prof hour CQ apio. Prof hour CQ CQ apio. CQ is CQ hours 30 CQO and a Jao. 4. CZI, Volume 14, pp. 277-292. 5. The survivor of the deluge is usually designated as Utnapishtim in the epic, but in one passage, Assyrian version, Tablet C, 100 Tablet Psi, he is designated as Atrahasis, the very wise one. Similarly, in a second version of the deluge story, also found in Ashurbanipal's library, IVR2 editions, p. 9, line 11. The two names clearly point to two versions, which in accordance with the manner of ancient compositions were merged into one. See an article by Jastrow in ZA, Volume 13, pp. 288-31. 6. Published by Schiele in Recueil des Travaux, etc., Volume 20, pp. 55-58. 7. The text does not form part of the Gilgamesh epic, as the colophon, differing from the one attached to the epic, shows. Alti, ein alt Babylonisches, Fragment des Gilgamosepos M. Vage, 1902, No. 1. 9. On these variant forms of the two names, see the discussion below, p. 24. 110. The passage is paralleled by Ek, 979. See Jastrow A. Gentle Cynic, p. 172-2 CQ. NCQ. A. Texted, 11 among the Nippur tablets in the collection of the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The fragment was published by Dr. Pobel in his Historical and Grammatical Texts, number 23. See also Peeble in the Museum Journal, Volume IV, p. 47, and an article by Dr. Langdon in the same journal, Volume VI, ppt. 17.8, number 7TD1. Though Langdon fails to credit Dr. Peeble with the discovery and publication of the important tablet. 12 and number 20. Number 55 in Langdon's Historical and Religious Texts from the Temple Library of Nippur, Munich, 1914. 1880s as the Capitals and the Parpus and the Capitals in the Sumerian Liturgical Texts, Philadelphia, 1917. 1-4, see on this name below, p. 23. Trested. 1-5 Tressi Alci, see further below, p. 37 Pe ZCCEC. 116, see Pebble, Historical and Grammatical Texts, number 1, and Jastrow in Joustrow, or Joust, volume 36, pp. 122-231 and 274-299. 17. See an article by Jastrow, Sumerian and Akkadian, Views of Beginnings, and Tree Turn, a Jaos RA volume. T8, 1-8, see on this point, Edward Meyer, on Semiten in Babylonian or Berlin, Babylonianers Berlin, Berlin, Medio 6 p. 187 Asexia, whose view is followed in Jastrow, Civilization of Babylonia and Assyria, PA 21. See also Clay, Empire of the Amorites, Yale University Press, 1919, p. 23 at CK. H. Minute. 19. See the discussion below, p. 24 CQ. 2022. Dr. Peeble published an article on the tablet in Oltzes, 1914, pp. 4-6, in which he called attention to the correct name for the mother of Gilgamesh, which was settled by the tablet as Ninzun. I-21, Historical Texts, number 2, column 2, 26. See the discussion in Historical and Grammatical Texts, p. 23, see Quell. I-22, see Fostat in Oldsa, 1915, p. 367. 23. I. Publications of the University of Pennsylvania Museum, Babylonian Section, Volume X, Number 3, Philadelphia, 1917. It is to be regretted that Dr. Langdon should not have given full credit to Dr. Peeble for his discovery of the tablet. He merely refers in an obscure footnote to Dr. Peeble's having made a copy. 24 e.g., in the very first note on page 211, and again in a note on page 213. 25. Dr. Langdon neglected to copy the signs he for su cd2 ford, which appear on the edge of the tablet. He also misunderstood the word asutu in the colophon, which he translated written, taking the word from a stem satairu, right. The form cu2 is ee1 from ataru to be in excess of, and indicates, presumably, that the text is a copy, enlarged, from an older original. See the commentary to the colophon, p. 26 Museum Journali, Volume VI, p. 29. 27. See below, p. 23. 28. I follow the enumeration of tablets, columns, and lines in Jensen's edition, though some fragments appear to have been placed by him in a wrong position. 29. According to Basold's investigation, verbal suffix formen, als Alterskriterion, Babylonisch Assyrischer, Heidelberg Akkad, Barius Feidelberg, Akkad. Philos, Philos. It does not follow, however, that all the copies date from originals of the same period. Basold reaches the conclusion on the basis of various forms for verbal suffixes that the fragments from the Ashurbanipal library actually date from three distinct periods ranging from before c. 1450 to c. 700 b, c. 1450 to c. 700 b. 30. Before thou comest from the mountain, Gilgamesh in Erech will see thy dreams, after which the dreams are recounted by the woman to Enkidu. The expression, thy dreams, means here dreams about thee. Or, Tablet 1, 5, 23-24. 31. Lines 102-401. 1. A 32. In a paper read before the American Oriental Society at New Haven, April 4, 1918. 33. See the commentary to call 4 of the Yale tablet for further details. 34. This is no doubt the correct reading of the three signs which used to be read is, or is to be, read, is to bar, or gish to bar. The first sign has commonly the value gish, the second can be read gin or gibrennau, number 1 1900, and the third mash as well as bar. See Ongnad and Ongnad. Gressman. 76, and Peeble, Historical and Grammatical Texts, p. 123. 35. So also in Sumerian, Zimmern, E.C. Marische Kultlieder aus Altbabylonischer Zeit, Lober time 6 Rev. 14 and 15. 36. The sign used, Lumbrennau, number Eladon 83, could have the value hu as well as hum. 37. The addition father-in-law of Moses to the name Hobab b Reuel in this passage must refer to Reuel and not to Hobab. In Judges 4:11, the gloss of the Bene Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, must be separated into two, one Bene Hobab, and two father-in-law of Moses. The latter addition rests on an erroneous tradition, or is intended as a brief reminder that Hobab is identical with the son of Reuel. 38. Or 10 see his double personal names from the Temple School of Nippur, p. 10 and Basi 2, Hor 22, and My B2 and Basi TTSXB10, Hor 22, CTSXBT, 4, 8-9, and FET, PL, 3017, SXBT, CTNS, XBTTT, Hor 12 or 22, Hor 20, 12, and a Physik Shis V22, Hor See Jastro, Religion Babylonians und Assyrians EIP, 913, Note 7. Huwawa, therefore, has the force of monster. A 39. Ungnad Gressman, Das Gilgamesh Epos, p. 11.1 cc, RSS, 1 cc pc. 40 Ungnad, 1 cp. 77, called attention to this name, but failed to draw the conclusion that Husambaba therefore belongs to the west and not to the east. 41, first pointed out by Ungnad in Oldzi U2119, 10p, 36, on the basis of CTX VE 3010, where Enkidu appears in the column furnishing phonetic readings. 42, C. Clay Amaru, pp 74, 129, etc. 129, etc. 43, Tablet 1, 2, 3940, 367, and 3334, 434. 44, Tablet 1, 2, 1, and X2, 16. Note also the statement about Gilgamesh that his body is flesh of the gods. I Tablet X, 2, 14, X, 1, 7. 45, 4 Ive, Fan, Bor, Ive, p. 264. 46. Lewin, Die Scholien des Theodor, Barconi zur Patriarchengeschichte, Berlin, 1905, p. 2. C. Gressman in Ungnad, Gressman in Ungnad Gressman, Edas Gilgamesh, Epos, 4, Phi, 83, who points out that the first element of Gelemgevis compared with the second of Gelemgevs gives the exact form that we require, namely, Gelgamos. 47. Tablet 1, Call 2, is taken up with this episode. 48. C. Poibel, Historical and Grammatical Texts, CP 123. 49. C. Pabel, Historical Texts, number 2, Col. 2, 26, Y. 26. 50. Hilprecht, Old Babylonian Inscriptions, I. 1, number 26. 51 hours C. She fell, CL C. She, Aserish L. C. She sell, Say She sell, 7 del, P88, Vi, CL, 37, PL, 7 del, XXV, 28K 76 where we must evidently supply Esiga Tuck, for which in the following line we have again Gish Bil Ga Mesh as an equivalent. C. Meissner, Olse, 1910-99. 52. C. E. G. Barton, H. Everford Collection, E.G. number 27, Cal, I. Munder 27, Cal, I. 14, etc. 53. Damel, Pantheon Babylonicum, Engineni 5. H. in Chexian sex that means I am. Will see, 95. 54. CCT, CT 50, K. 4359, Obvi, 17. 55. C. Barton, Aid, Origin, and Development of Babylonian Writing, E. P. 99, T. CQ, for various explanations, though all centering around the same idea of the picture of fire in some form. 5-6. See the passages quoted by Peeble, Historical and Grammatical Texts, I. P. 126. 57. E.g., Genesis 4:20, Jabal, the father of tent-dwelling and cattle-holding, Jubal 4:21, the father of harp and pipe-striking. 58. See particularly the plays in the J document upon the names of the 12 sons of Jacob, which are brought forward either as tribal characteristics or as suggested by some incident or utterance by the mother at the birth of each son. 59. The designation is variously explained by Arabic writers. See Beidhawi's EC commentary, SSSSSS, or SSS, Warchaus SSSSS, Fleischer to Surah 1882. 60. The writing Gish-Gi-Mash as an approach to the pronunciation Gilgamesh would thus represent the beginning of the artificial process which seeks to interpret the first syllable as hero. 61. See above, p. 27. 62. 6t. P. Bell, Historical Texts, p. 115, see quick. 63. Many years ago, H.I. p. 37-6, I equated Etana with Ethan in the Old Testament, therefore a West Semitic name. 64. See Clay, The Empire of the Amorites, p. or 80. 65. Professor Clay strongly favors an Amoritic origin also for Gilgamesh. His explanation of the name is set forth in his recent work on The Empire of the Amorites, page 89, and is also referred to in his work on Amoru, page 79, and in his volume of miscellaneous inscriptions in the Yale Babylonian Collection, page 3, note. According to Professor Clay, the original form of the hero's name was West Semitic and was something like Bilga Masha, the meaning of which was perhaps the offspring of Mash, for the first element in this division of the name Ce, Philikum, the name of a ruler of an early dynasty, and Balak of the Old Testament. In view of the fact that the axe figures so prominently in the epic as an instrument wielded by Gilgamesh, Professor Clay furthermore thinks it reasonable to assume that the name was interpreted by the Babylonian scribe as the axe of Mash. In this way he would account for the use of the determinative for weapons, which is also the sign Gish in the name. It is certainly noteworthy that the ideogram Gish-tun in the later form of Gish-tun, Masha-PCC-tun, Masha-PCCCC-8, 14b, etc., Tune also TCCC 30CCCC FCCC CT 30 fear. Were. Names with similar element besides Pilicum are Belaku of the Hammurabi period, Bilaku of the Kassite period, etc. It is only proper to add that Professor Jastrow assumes the responsibility for the explanation of the form and etymology of the name Gilgamesh proposed in this volume. The question is one in regard to which legitimate differences of opinion will prevail among scholars until through some chance a definite decision, one way or the other, can be reached. 6T6 Me SAR, it is everyone, and one money one. 67, Tablet 1, 5, 23, cf. I, 3, 2, and 29. I-68, Tablet I, 4, 7, and I, 5, 3. 69, Assyrian version, Tablet I, 3b34, in an address of Shamash to Enkidu. 70, so Assyrian version, Tablet VI, 3, 11, also supplied VI, 5, 20 and 21, and X, 1, 46, 47 and 5, 6, 7. 71, Tablet C, 325. Y, 72 Wardy, Ward as Seal Cylinders of Western Asia, Shop, X, and the same authors, Cylinders and Other Ancient Oriental Seals, Morgan Collection, Gnosis, 1950. 73, e.g., Ward No. 192. Enkidu has human legs like Gilgamesh, also No. 189, where it is difficult to say which is Gilgamesh and which is Enkidu. The closed one is probably Gilgamesh, though not infrequently Gilgamesh is also represented as nude or merely with a girdle around his waist. 74, e.g. Ward, Neos, each PC, 73, 74, 90, 91, 91, 95, as well as 89 and 92. 75. On the other hand, in Ward Nos, 79 and 461, the conflict between the two heroes is depicted with the heroes distinguished in more conventional fashion, and Enkidu having the hoofs of an animal, and also with a varying arrangement of beard and hair. 76. C. Jastrow, H. Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, Boston, 1898, p. 468, 1860. 77. Umnad Gressman, H.I.'s Das Gilgamesh Epos, p. 90 ATCQ. 78. Pennsylvania Tablet, L. Under 198, Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 2, 37. 79. Enkidu blocked the gate, Pennsylvania Tablet, line 215 Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 246, Enkidu interposed his foot at the gate of the family house. 80, Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 218 and 224. 81, Yale Tablet, line 188, also to be supplied, lines 1324. 82, Yale Tablet, lines 190 and 191. 83, per PS Access and 1914, 65 CQ, 6TS Access XS 2, she ts, each TS Access per PS Access and 6S Justice and supplemented by the new fragment. 84, IEE Enkidu will save Gilgamesh. 85, these two lines impress one as popular sayings, Hor applied to Enkidu. 86, King's Fragment, Col. I, 1327, which now enables us to complete Jensen EI 4C Swife, 1420. 87, Yale Tablet, lines 252 to 253. 88, Yale Tablet, lines 140 to 114.8, Assyrian version, Tablet IV, 626 CXC. 89, Assyrian version, Tablet II, Tuete, 8T 214. 90, lines 25D22. 91, Assyrian version, Tablet V, columns 3 to 4. We have to assume that in line 13 of column 4 Jensen, p. 1 supination, Enkidu takes up the thread of conversation, as is shown by line 22, Enkidu brought his dream to him and spoke to Gilgamesh. 92, Assyrian version, Tablet V, lines 146 to 147. 93, lines 178 and 83. 94, lines 76, 17.7. 95, Tablet VI, column 6. 96. Assyrian version, Tablet Vi, 2002-43. These words are put into the mouth of Gilgamesh, lines 98-99. It is therefore unlikely that he would sing his own praise. Both Jensen and Ungnad admit that Enkidu is to be supplied in at least one of the lines. 97. Lines N11 and 11-2. Love Time, 98. Assyrian version, Tablet Is, 1-8-9. 99. Tablet Vi, 526. I-100. So also, Gressman in Ungnad. Gressman, E. Das Gilgamesh Epos, p. 97, regards Enkidu as the older figure. 111. See Jastrow, Statum and Eve in Babylonian Literature, A. Jasel, Volume 15, pp. 180-1. 1.2 Assyrian version, Tablet 1, 2, 31-36. 103. It will be recalled that Enkidu is always spoken of as born in the field. 104. Note the repetition Itanianji created in line 33 of the man of Anu and in line 35 of the offspring of Ninib. The creation of the former is by the heart, i.e. by the will of Ataru. The creation of the latter is an act of molding out of clay. 705. Tablet 1, Column 3. I, Column 3. 106. Following as usual the enumeration of lines in Jensen's edition. 217. An analogy does not involve a dependence of one tale upon the other, but merely that both rest on similar traditions, which may have arisen independently. 1.7 years. Note that the name of Eve is not mentioned till after the fall. Genesis 3:20. Upters Efterashas, Fresting, i.e. 7, 1.7 years of the 7, i.e. 7 years 7 after Emferment. Woman, just as in the Babylonian tale the woman who guides Enkidu is Harimtu, fall. 109. And he drank and became drunk. Genesis 9:21. 107. His heart became glad and his face shone. Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 100-21. 111. That in the combination of this Enkidu with tales of primitive man, inconsistent features should have been introduced, such as the union of Enkidu with the woman as the beginning of a higher life, whereas the presence of a hunter and his father shows that human society was already in existence, is characteristic of folk tales, which are indifferent to details that may be contradictory to the general setting of the story. 112. Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 102-104. Now 113, line 105. Minaspiri, 11.4. I Tablet 1 Mine. See also the reference to the Wall of Erech as an old construction of Gilgamesh in the inscription of Anaim. In the days of Sin-Gamel, Heilprecht, Old Babylonian inscriptions, I number 26, cf. Ive, R252, 353. 7 Towers and action per 47, the invariable designation in the Assyrian version as against Uruk-Rebetim, Erech of the plazas, in the Old Babylonian version. 11.6. In Ungnad Gressman, I Das Gilgamesh Epos, p. 123 Sequests, .23 Sequests. 1980-17. C. Jensen, p. 266. Gilgamesh is addressed as judge, as the one who inspects the divisions of the earth, precisely as Shamash is celebrated. In line 8 of the hymn in question, Gilgamesh is in fact addressed as Shamash. 11.8. The darkness is emphasized with each advance in the hero's wanderings. Tablet X, Col. 5:5. W. 11.9. 119. This tale is again a nature myth, marking the change from the dry to the rainy season. The deluge is an annual occurrence in the Euphrates Valley through the overflow of the two rivers. Only the canal system, directing the overflow into the fields, changed the curse into a blessing. In contrast to the deluge, we have in the Assyrian creation story the drying up of the primeval waters, so that the earth makes its appearance with the change from the rainy to the dry season. The world is created in the spring, according to the Akkadian view, which is reflected in the biblical creation story, as related in the P document. See Jastrow, Sumerian and Akkadian, Views of Beginnings and Akkadian, Rujos, Vol 36 and H. Dashi, Vol 36 p. 120a. as Am in Sumerian, corresponding to the Akkadian Savatu, which conveys the idea of destruction. SD 121, the month is known as the Mission of Ishtar in Sumerian, in allusion to another nature myth which describes Ishtar's disappearance from Earth and her mission to the lower world. 122. Historical texts. Number 1. The Sumerian name of the survivor is Zu Giddu, or perhaps Zu Sudu, cf. King, Legends of Babylon and Egypt, p. 65, note 4, signifying, he who lengthened the day of life, i.e. the one of long life, of which Utnapishtim, day of life, in the Assyrian version, seems to be an abbreviated Akkadian rendering, with the omission of the verb. So, King's view, which is here followed. See also CCD, EZI, see also CCT, EZI, Thirsi, Sumerian Epic of Paradise, PC 090, who, however, enters upon further speculations that are fanciful. I-723, see the translation in Omnad Gressman das Gilgamesh Epos BPP 69 as Evan ECK, and 73. 124. According to Professor Clay, quite certainly a Muru, just as in the case of Enkidu. 125. Gressman in Omnad Gressman, das Gilgamesh, Epos, Asiques Epos, 5 Asiques Epheси, 190 Seques Asiques, 190 500 but fails to see the main point that the companions are also twins or at least brothers. Hence such examples as Abraham and Lot, David and Jonathan, Achilles and Patroclus, Eteocles and Polynices are not parallels to Gilgamesh and Enkidu, but belong to the enlargement of the motif so as to include companions who are not regarded as brothers. Mine 26, or Romus, see Rendell Harris, LC, p. 59, note 2. 111 per 47. One might also include the primeval pair Yama-Yami, with their equivalents in Iranian mythology, Karnoi Iranian mythology, CQ and C and 19.4, CQ. Miniates 2, of 50 ast eners, becoming, however, a triad and later increased to 7, cf. Rondell Harris, LC, Hein, LC, p. 32. 29. I am indebted to my friend Professor A.J. Karnoi of the University of Louvain for having kindly gathered and placed at my disposal material on the twin brother motif from Indo-European sources, supplemental to Rendell Harris's work. 130. On the other hand, Uruk Matum for the district of Erech, i.e., the territory over which the city holds sway, appears in both versions, Pennsylvania Tablet 1:10, or Assyrian version I 5:36. 131, my likeness, line 27. It should be noted, however, that lines 32-44 of I-5 in Jensen's edition are part of a fragment K9245, not published but merely copied by Bezold and Johns and placed at Jensen's disposal, which may represent a duplicate to I-62334, with which it agrees entirely except for one line, viz. line 34 of K9245, which is not found in column 62334. If this be correct, then there is lacking after line 31 of column 5, the interpretation of the dream given in the Pennsylvania tablet in lines 10 and 23. I-132, Ichi-2 Ichi-Naya Saplaki, literally, below thee, whereas in the Old Babylonian version we have Anna si Rika, towards thee. 133, repeated I, 628. 134, Sichi or Chaptri, is Susupate, I-ease, is Susu Sutriar, violent. For Kishu strong, Sichi Teptriarge, Sichi TC2C 25, 48, 49. Langdon, a Kamesh Epike Chitu 11, note 5, renders the phrase, he shook his murderous weapon. 135, shown by the Colophon, Jeremiah's, Isdubar, Nimrod, Plate Ivets. 136, lines 42-43, must be taken as part of the narrative of the compiler, who tells us that after the woman had informed Enkidu that Gilgamesh already knew of Enkidu's coming through dreams interpreted by Ninsun, Gilgamesh actually set out and encountered Enkidu. 127, Tablet 1, Call, 4, see also above, p. 110. 138 IV, 2, 44-50. The word Elenum, LL 43, once or since, points to the following being a reference to a former recital, and not an original recital. 139. Only the lower half, Haupt's edition, p. 82, is preserved. 140. The eyes of Enkidu were filled with tears, corresponding to Iv 4:10. 44c1. Unless indeed the number 7 is a slip for the sign SAD, see the commentary to the line. See the commentary to the line. 142, i.e., paid homage to the meteor. 104t, i.e., the heroes of Erech raised me to my feet, or perhaps in the sense of supported me. Sound R14-4, i.e., Enkidu. 145, i.e., thy way of life. And 14.6, i.e., the man. Nachu and 14.7, i.e., an idiomatic phrase meaning for all times. 148, i.e., Enkidu became like Gish, godlike, cf. Col. 2:11. 149, he was thrown and therefore vanquished. 15w epithet given to Ninsun. See the commentary to the line. 151, scribal error for anar, especially basic step apparently dies and nesti. 15.3, hardly in practice. Ascate, 154, omitted by scribe. 505 WC, kistis e omitted by scribe. I weights of key points as BT, as bienotils, i.e., at night to thee, may lugal banda, etc. 88 Schiff, I last as money, I low as money, 7 protection. The enumeration here is according to Langdon's edition. Thanks for listening to an old Babylonian version of the Gilgamesh epic by Anonymous.